Creator, may your spirit and guidance be in us as we work for the benefit of all our people, for peace and justice in our land, and for the constant recognition of the dignity and aspirations of those whom we serve. Merci.
Colleagues, it is my duty to inform you of the passing yesterday of former Commissioner of the Northwest Territories, Mr. John Havelock Parker. Mr. Parker, born and raised in Alberta, and came north in 1954. He worked in the mining and exploration industry in various capacities over the years. His first step into public office was his election as a town councillor of Yellowknife in 1958. In 1965, Mr. Parker was appointed to the Carruthers Commission on the Political Development of the Northwest Territories. Its recommendation became a draft for the development of a more responsible government. Mr. Parker was appointed as a Deputy Commissioner of the Northwest Territories in March 1967 and retained that position until April 1979. He also served as member of the N.W.T Council and Chair of the Executive Council. He became Commissioner on April 15, 1979, succeeded Stuart Hodgson. John Parker was considered the last Commissioner acting as Chief Executive Officer. He retired on July 31st, 1989. John Havelock Parker contributed significantly to the social, economic, and political development of the Northwest Territories. In 1986, Mr. Parker devolved the responsibility from the Commissioner's Office to the Legislative Assembly. What we now know as the Northwest Territories Legislative Assembly is a testament to his vision, hard work, and dedication. On behalf of this House, I send our sincere condolences to his wife Helen, his children and grandchildren. He'll be greatly missed, and his contribution to the development of this territory can never be forgotten. We'll now have a moment of silence for Mr. Parker. Good afternoon, members. I would like to first address the member for Mumpui's point of privilege raised yesterday. I will then return to the rulings I made yesterday. Yesterday, the member for Mumpui rose on a point of privilege regarding his ability to meaningfully participate in the proceedings due to a lack of Clicho interpretation. He indicated his ability to fulfill his duties as a member was interfered with due to the lack of translation. As we now have Clicho interpretation available, I will hear debate on this point of privilege and will ask the member for Mumpui to begin the debate. Thank you, member for Mumpui.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, after yesterday's proceeding, I felt that I need to apologize, and I want to apologize to the people of the Northwest Territories. I apologize to all those who have ever had to go to court and been unable to truly express themselves in their own language. I want to apologize to all my elders who had to go to their health clinic or hospital and unable to describe their pains properly because they did not have proper interpretation or translation.
Mr. Speaker, I apologize to the people of Northwest Territories. I apologize to all those who have ever gone through court proceedings and have been unable to truly express themselves in their own language. I apologize to the elders, to all the elders in Northwest Territories who have gone through their health clinic or hospital, been unable to describe their pains properly because they did not have proper interpretation or translation. Mr. Speaker, I apologize to the community members who can speak English but still need their first language to truly advocate for themselves. I apologize for all the times anyone has felt compromised for needing to speak their language. Mr. Speaker, yesterday I left this House frustrated because I was unable to do my job as elected official. I was frustrated because I was denied my right to speak my language in the House. A right to choose to deem worthy of notice. A right that was worthy of notice, but not of action. Mr. Speaker, I choose to speak Clinchon, one of the 11 official languages, because this is my first language. I think in Clinchon also. Clinchon is the heart of who I am. When I speak English, these are already translated words. Every speech I make in this House, every idea I bring forward is translated once by me and then again interpreter translator. Furthermore, Mr. Speaker, it is condensed to fit into the time that would take to take English language to say and rearrange to fit into an English way of doing and saying things. It's very different. My thoughts and ideas, my voice is condensed every day I use my language in this system. I have been able to deal with that. Yesterday, though, was the first time I felt muzzled in this House. Mr. Speaker, for the past 16 years, I have been able to serve in this government, both sides, and near chair as well, Mr. Speaker. As an MLA, Minister, Speaker, with the privilege of speaking the Clinchon language every opportunity, because I have had my interpreters, translators available to serve me in this capacity. Throughout this time, I have also advocated for the language speakers to have the same privilege in this House. Mr. Speaker, again, I apologize to all the speakers of the 9 official languages for treating my language as a privilege. Our language is not a privilege. Mr. Speaker, our languages are our right. Our languages are priority under the TRC Act calls to actions and the UNDRIP. The N.W.T. Language Act guarantees the right to speak our Indigenous languages and to receive the services as required. Mr. Speaker, I'm proud to be speaking Clinchon language, and I will continue to exercise my right to speak my language in the Legislative Assembly in this House. Furthermore, I promise the people of Northwest Territories that I will continue to advocate for what's right, and I will apologize only when I'm wrong. I will continue to advocate for Indigenous languages. As you know, a lot of languages are depleting. Gwich'in is a prime example. And I will continue to challenge this government to offer the resources and the services required to keep our languages strong. Our languages are our right. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Mumfui. Are there any other members who wish to speak to the point of privilege? Member for Kamloops.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to start off today by acknowledging the hard work done by the Legislative Assembly's Public Relations Group, who have made sure that our interpreter booths are generally quite full. Interpreters are a huge part of our family here at the Ledge and are part of our day-to-day operations in the House. They're a very important part of the day-to-day operations in this House. Language preservation is important. Language allows us to see the world differently, to open up our interpretation of the world around us, and to re-evaluate the way we are working. Language is also part of the beauty of our diversity in our group of MLAs that sit here today. Language is, not only does language support language resurgence across the Northwest Territories, but it can also affect someone's ability to thrive or even survive. Our MLAs use question and answer period to draw out information about our programs and services from our cabinet, about how they work and about how maybe we can change them for the better. Without access to that information, we are doing a huge disservice to the people of the Northwest Territories. Lastly, I believe, Mr. Speaker, that we are leaders and we need to be leaders when it comes to supporting Indigenous language. We need to put government dollars behind our intent to revitalize language, but our actions are stronger than our dollars. Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Kamloops. Next we have Member for Tunade-Welde.
Marcy Cho, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to say a few words in my language. Mr. Speaker, John Tizi, Papa Siki Kwe, how you this either, Nuala.
Dakiga agalat ide.
Saba etila. I'm going back in English now. It's what I said there was, for me.
Yi tatu another safety lane yi tatu John. Halai tasi.
And that we should always respect that. And I know that for our interpreters, in Dennis O'Flein, if they weren't here, I'd request that the House be suspended. I think that on the flip side of that, if we all spoke Dennis O'Flein, Clicquot, or French, and we all spoke that primarily in here, and we didn't have an English interpreter, you could think of that in those terms. If we couldn't speak, if we couldn't translate to that, the record would show that nothing in English. We'd see nothing. And that's how we'd go forward with that. To me, that's not right. So I support the member from Wantfree from that standpoint, and that's my thoughts going forward. And I'm hoping that we could move forward now and have some sort of understanding now, and if we ever encounter this in the future, that we know how to deal with it. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Tunde-Welde. Next we have Member for Framelik.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Je veux parler un peu de français. Il y a eu des instances où j'ai parlé français.
And there's incentives I would pay per French in this. It's like in August 2019, my statement was in French and it has not been interpreted, but I gave an English translation for the answered.
The member for the honourable member for Montfouille, his point of privilege. He has no reason to apologize. It's his right to speak any official language in this House, and I support his point of privilege and the ability of any of our members to speak in any of the official languages. But at the same time, Mr. Speaker, I do want to acknowledge that there have been significant improvements in interpretation services in this Assembly since I started in 2015. So I do want to recognize the hard work of the Assembly, all of us working together with our staff, the interpreters, to improve the availability of interpretation services, but I still think we have a long way to go. I remember the days when all of the official languages were available. There was a language bureau, numerous interpreters, all of the official languages were used regularly in the House. I think we need to make better efforts to bring back a lot of that, which will mean extra costs for this assembly. But I think if we're serious about promoting all of our official languages, that's a cost that's well worth it. So I do support the point of privilege. I want to thank the honourable member from Montfouille for bringing it forward, and I look forward to further discussion on this issue. Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, member for Frame Lake. Member for Kabacha.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As a former chief of Salt River First Nation, and I don't speak the native language because my father was a very strong leader within the Indigenous groups up in the Northwest Territories. He developed the first Aboriginal organization in the Northwest Territories in the early years, and very, very strong, and spoke the Chipewyan language. I never got the privilege of learning that because he always thought that he didn't want us to speak it, so that when we went to school, that we did very well in school, because he always thought it would be a burden to us. I only wish that he did that and made each of us speak the language. I stand up today in support of the member from Clecho, because it is an official language, and I only wish that I had the privilege of also knowing my official language, and so therefore I support his stand on the point of privilege. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for Sabacha. Are there member for River South?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, our Indigenous languages are official languages here in the Northwest Territories, and as such, each of us, if we're able to speak an Indigenous language, we have that right. It's a right. And also, if we can't speak it and we don't understand it, we also have a right. We have that right to be able to understand what another member is saying in his own language or her own language. But most importantly as well is that the people of the N.W.T have a right to understand what's being said, and we denied them that right, and that should have never happened. And when, in hindsight, and what happened yesterday, what I should have done as a member was to walk from this chamber with the member from Montfouille, because that would have been the right thing to do. If we expect the people of the Northwest Territories to recognize that Aboriginal languages are important, and we've got to make sure that we walk the talk when it comes to it. We have it as a priority to make sure that they're kept alive, and it's up to us to lead the charge. So, in the point of privilege, I support the member from Montfouille. Thank you.
Thank you, member for River South. Member for Newbigton Lakes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I too want to talk about in support of member from Montfouille. As I had mentioned a few times, I don't know my language. I sit here, I'm proud of who I am, but I don't know my language. I have Lillian, who is here to interpret in the Inuvialuktun every day when we're here, and we've been lucky. But I think about when I go back home, I think about my grandmother who sits and watches. She has the opportunity to watch in her language. Our elders back home have the opportunity to listen in their language where they don't have to translate. So for member for Montfouille, if his first language, and knowing that what I know is coming out in English, when your first language is another language, you don't always get the message across right. But when he gets to speak it in his language, or any of us if we were able to speak it in our language, we might be able to get that message out how we mean. But so again, I think that it's very important that we make sure that the territories is able to get the right message by being able to speak. If the member can speak their own language, to be able to do that. Thank you.
Thank you, member for Newbigton Lakes. Member for Yellowknife Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of the member's point of privilege. Although this is not my birthplace, I've lived in the Northwest Territories long enough to have heard many awkward conversations between people who speak Indigenous languages fluently and people like me who only speak English. And I have wondered in very important settings such as courts and health centers and the hospital, whether in fact the two sides really understand one another. And that really has impressed on me the importance of having interpretation services available and having people speak the language that is the one they know best. And so for that reason, I think it's important that this matter be taken up and investigated further. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Member for Yellowknife Centre. Member for N.W.T.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, today I rise in support of my colleague, Mr. Lafferty, in regards to our languages, the 11 official languages across the territory. If we, yesterday, I think if it was English, if we couldn't speak, they would have shut the house down. With our languages that we do have, I think we have to support them. Not only just to have translators here, but when something like this does occur, it has to be dealt with properly. Like with Mr. Simpson said, if I should have walked out with him yesterday too because of that. But I'm in full support of him. I'm full support of your judgment and what's going to happen, and moving forward for the people in Northwest Territories to get the business done of the day. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for N.W.T. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would also like to rise in support of my colleague's point of privilege. I think as a person who only speaks English, this is an issue I can never truly understand. And I've worked in the courts and I've seen people I struggled to understand. And I think the importance of interpreters in the Northwest Territories, and this issue is so much bigger than us and so much bigger than this House, that every step we take as leaders to support our Indigenous languages is the right step, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Yellowknife North. Are there any other members who wish to speak to the point of privilege? Colleagues, thank you for that discussion, and I am prepared to make my ruling. Yesterday, the member for Mumfwee requested an adjournment of the House due to the lack of interpreter in his first language, Clicho. The member suggested the lack of interpretation impeded or prevented him from performing his parliamentary functions as a member of this Assembly. As Speaker, I must determine 3 matters. First, whether a matter of privilege has been raised at the earliest opportunity. Second, whether there has been a prima facie breach of privilege. In other words, at first glance, the matter appears to be a breach of privilege and warrants immediate consideration by the House. And third, the extent to which the matter has infringed upon any member's ability to perform their duties or appears to be a contempt against the dignity of the House. Yesterday, when I delivered a ruling on a point of order raised by the Government House Leader against the member for Mumfwee, I asked the member to withdraw his remarks and apologize to the House. When the member for Mumfwee rose to speak, he noted that Clicho interpretation was unavailable and raised his point of privilege. Clearly, this point was raised at the earliest opportunity. Next, I must consider whether a prima facie breach of privilege has occurred. Colleagues, the use and preservation of all our official languages are issues of great importance to the people of the Northwest Territories and to this Legislative Assembly and to me as Speaker. In fact, this issue is such a great importance, it is written in the preamble of our Official Languages Act, which states, quote, preserving the use of official languages and enhancing those languages is a shared responsibility of language communities the Legislative Assembly, and the Government of the Northwest Territories." End of quote. This responsibility is one I take seriously. We have increased our capacity to provide interpretation in all of our official languages. Our languages are an important part of our shared culture and heritage, and their use and preservation is vital to reconciliation. Compared with our recent past, this Assembly has greatly increased our investment in and commitment to the official languages. We have more interpreters representing more of our official languages, working longer hours. We are making efforts to share our interpreted proceedings via our broadcasting and social media networks. Although it can be quite challenging to find qualified interpreters in some of our official languages, yesterday we were able to provide interpretation in 7 official languages. I also note that a Clicho interpreter was scheduled to provide service yesterday. However, due to an illness, they were unable to attend. We were provided notice of this illness less than an hour before the start of our proceedings. It was unfortunate, but I feel it is important to note that the lack of Clicho interpretation yesterday was in an exceptional circumstance. I would also like to comment on the timing of my ruling. Due to the absence of the member for Mumfwee late last week and the absence of the Premier for the rest of this week, I made the decision to deliver my rulings yesterday. Colleagues, the improvements related to interpretation in our official languages made in this Assembly are a continuation of the work done in the previous Assembly. The work was begun under the direction and guidance of the member for Mumfwee when he served as Speaker. I understand that this is an issue of great importance, and I thank him for being a champion for our languages. A similar situation occurred during the 11th Legislative Assembly on October 26, 1989, Day 7 of the 5th session of the 11th Legislative Assembly. The member for Ray Laclamart spoke in an official language for which interpretation was not available. Other members rose on a point of order. Then Speaker Nersu adjourned the House until such a time as interpretation could be provided. In his decision to adjourn for the day, Speaker Nersu noted that the rules of the Legislative Assembly that the time expressly provided that a member had the right to speak and to be understood in his own language. Our current rules are silent on the right to use and be understood in our official languages. However, the Official Languages Act provides that everyone has a right to use an official language in the debates and other proceedings of the Legislative Assembly. Colleagues, I find that there has been a prima facie breach of privilege in this case. In other words, at first glance, the matter appears to be related to privilege. Given this ruling, I will now entertain any motions. Member for Tunade-Welde.
Mr. Speaker, I moved, seconded by the Honourable Member for Haverhill North, that the ruling regarding the point of privilege raised by the member for Mumfwee on March 10, 2020 be referred to the Standing Committee on Rules and Procedures for their consideration. Further, that the Standing Committee on Rules and Procedures provide a report to this House within 120 calendar days of this referral. Mr. Joe.
Thank you, Member for Tunade-Welde. The motion is in order to the motion. Member for Government House Leader. Second? Or
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm happy to second this motion. I was the deputy under the previous speaker, who is now the member from Montfouille, and I saw what he did in terms of expanding this Legislative Assembly's language capability, and I think it's a point of pride for this territory. It's something that I talk about when I speak with legislators from other parts of the country, and I think that this Legislative Assembly is the voice of the people, and the voice of the people needs to be understood. And while we have made strides, clearly there's still a ways to go. And I believe that by referring this to the Standing Committee on Rules and Procedures, we can further develop our language capacity. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Government House Leader. To the motion. Member for Frame Lake.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. I neglected to thank the Honourable Member for Montfouille for his work as Speaker in the last Assembly to promote the use of all the official languages. He often encouraged me to actually speak French in the House, and I want to thank him for that. So I do support this motion, and I want to acknowledge the work that he did to increase the use of all the official languages in the last Assembly. Merci, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Frame Lake. To the motion. Question has been called. All those in favor? All those opposed? Any abstentions? The motion is carried. This matter has been referred to the Standing Committee on Rules and Procedures. Colleagues, I will now return to the rulings I provided yesterday. Yesterday, I ruled on a point of privilege raised by the member for Montfouille and a point of order raised by the member for Haver North. Based on that ruling, I directed the member for Montfouille to apologize and withdraw his remarks. Now that we have Clicho interpretation available, is the member prepared to do so? Member for Montfouille.
Merci, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker,
what we're talking about for the last 2 weeks, each and every one of us that are in here, we know what had to happen. What had to happen? Member of Montfouille.
That I have ruled on a point of order and have directed him to apologize to this House fully and withdraw his remarks. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, I am getting there. Whenever you're speaking your language, it is hard to get right to the point. But if you speak in English, it's totally different. But I will get there. But the reason why I'm standing here because I'm speaking my language. I will apologize now. I will speak in English, Mr. Speaker.
Ruling of yesterday, it was never my intention to scandalize this House, or I'm sorry if the word caused my fellow MLA discomfort. Truth and integrity are important, however, than hurt feelings. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, for speaking the truth, I will not apologize to this House.
Thank you. The member for Montfouille, Mr. Lafferty, has refused to fully apologize and withdraw his remarks. Mr. Lafferty, pursuant to Rule 26, you must leave the chamber for the remainder of the day. Thank you. Minister statements, Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I wish to advise members that the Honourable Carolyn Cochrane will be absent from the House for the remainder of the week to attend the First Ministers' meeting in Ottawa, Ontario. Also, the Honourable Katrina Knockleby and Honourable Diane Tom will be absent due to personal matters. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Government House Leader. Minister statements. Minister statements. Member statements. Member for Haverford South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, our 2020-2021 operations budget has excluded continued funding for the N.W.T. Friendship Centres. I understand the funds had a sunset date, but like everything else, times and circumstances change and we have to adapt. We are dealing with increased negative social influences while we see employment opportunities disappearing with a faltering economy. Mr. Speaker, the N.W.T. Friendship Centres secure and administer approximately $6 million annually in funding by leveraging the small amounts they receive from the territorial, federal, and Indigenous governments. The centres support approximately 13,000 plus community members, of which more than half are women and 5,000 plus being youth. The N.W.T. Friendship Centres have developed and facilitated over 100 programs, services, and activities, and have invested over $60,000 in professional development last fiscal year. In addition, they employ 100 plus Northerners and have over 500 plus volunteers. With all this success, Friendship Centres in the North still struggle with such things as the high cost of living, aging infrastructure, creating competitive employee salaries, funding delays, funding barriers, and the lack of sustainable funding for long-term planning. Mr. Speaker, we all understand the fiscal position this government is in. We all understand this government has limited funds to work with. Therefore, it is important we allocate what funds we have to places we receive the greatest benefit. Allocation of a small portion of these funds to nonprofits, such as the N.W.T. Friendship Centres, will result in the most vulnerable being provided with cost-effective and timely programming services. The reality is that the Council of N.W.T. Friendship Centres is more than an NGO. It is a home for First Nations, Métis, and others to gather. It is a place that provides solace to those who need it. It is a place that works to empower our youth at the darkest of times. And it provides our elders with a purpose, as it is their wisdom we rely on. We are all aware that funding previously in place was only temporary. That was intended to assist in developing long-term capacity. However, it would be to this government's benefit to provide the N.W.T. Friendship Centres with an additional $250,000 contribution for this fiscal year, because I know they will not only multiply what they receive, but provide services this government is not capable of. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Haverford South. Member statements. Member statements. Member for Inuvik-Twin Lakes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm going to talk about Child and Family Services. Child and Family Services has been continuously criticized by the Indigenous families for years, by the Aboriginal groups, not just in N.W.T. but throughout Canada, as well by the past 2 Auditor General reports. This system is broken. I have walked with people through this system, and what I have found is a system that says they are there for reunification, but in reality they are forced to check boxes by what is best practice instead of meeting people where they are at to assist them and support them, Mr. Speaker. Whose best practices are these? Because they're not Indigenous best practices. I think of what happened long ago. If there were people or families who struggled with their children, it was the stronger people in their family who supported them or other people of the community. They taught them, they encouraged them, and only if everything else could not work for those families, they would care for them. But Mr. Speaker, they were always there to welcome them back and give them the opportunity to try again when they could. Mr. Speaker, I know and understand that there are those cases where it's in the best interest of the child to be in a safe space and with another family, and I do support this. I do know that the department is doing what they think is best. Knowing that there's around 1,000 kids in care in the N.W.T. and that they are all Indigenous, how do we educate those who are new to our territory, non-Indigenous social workers who have never grown up in a small, isolated community and have not lived through the trauma that our people have lived through, even to begin to understand, to meet people where they're at? What I would suggest is that we need traditional support workers or advocates for family members to be present when meeting with Child and Family Services Department to ensure that they are being heard and that they have support to know that their rights are, if and when they are not being provided with all the information, as well as to acknowledge when the visit goes well and may be able to support the parent through the system to access what they need to work towards reunification with their child or children. And this does not become a he said, she said scenario, because we all know who will be believed in this circumstance, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Nuvik-Twin Lakes. Member statements. Member for Nunukput.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I've talked the challenges in Nunukput and the small communities across the territory for rental arrears. The housing clients that live in our communities, so many of them are struggling with rental arrears, Mr. Speaker. Arrears can be accumulated from the reasons beyond the tenant's control: illness, unemployment, seasonal employment, and rental charges that are too high based on the former T4 system. Now the minister fixed that for us last week. These things are a combination of them that put a person into arrears, Mr. Speaker. Once someone's arrears, it's really hard to climb out of the hole. Many public housing residents live in paycheck to paycheck that need every cent of every check on a daily basis to let alone finding money to pay off debt that we put them in. The higher their arrears get, the lower chances that the tenant is going to pay them off. The consequences of being in arrears cause the people a lot of worries and a lot of sleepless nights. The recent housing study done by research of the N.W.T found that rental arrears in the Housing Corporation make it impossible to access public housing in the Northwest Territories. In effect, one reference is trying to access private rental housing, which we don't have in our communities, Mr. Speaker. Still, many people do their best, but it's discouraging in trying to get ahead. Some people give up, Mr. Speaker. I feel like I will never get free from arrears, which puts a vicious cycle that they can't get rid of. To help the people, I will use the Housing Corporation's Put Rental Arrears Abatement Program in place, modeled by the Department of Finance's Property Tax Arrears Program. This program would help someone who is doing the best to pay off their arrears and forgiving a portion of them, not the total arrears, but every payment that they do, a portion comes off of it as well, as in kind. This would provide incentive to people who have arrears and aren't making back payments. To start it off would give the positive encouragement to those who are trying to do their best to pay off arrears by enabling them to reach their goal more quickly, Mr. Speaker. I'd also demonstrate that N.W.T is not using arrears as a means to punish them, but it's not paid the rent.
Member for Nunukput, please seek unanimous consent to conclude your statement. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, I seek unanimous consent to conclude my statement. Thank you.
Thank you. The member is seeking unanimous consent to conclude his statement. Are there any nays? There are no nays. You may conclude your statement.
Mr. Speaker, thank you, colleagues. Mr. Speaker, demonstrate the N.W.T not using arrears by the means of punishing that are paid their rent, but rather than the N.W.T do to everything in their power to encourage responsible tenancy. Mr. Speaker, I'm encouraging the ministers to seriously consider this proposal. I'll give the people in the public housing to move forward and maybe towards a goal, eventually home ownership. Mr. Speaker, I've been encouraged by this minister's willingness to work with the members on this side of the House. I'm sure it will recognize the merit of the idea, and I do want to say that I feel strongly about this and will make a motion in this House to direct the work if necessary. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Nunukput. Member statements. Member for Tuna-de-Welde.
Marcy Show, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, today I want to speak a little bit about small business and self-employment in the N.W.T and the state of our economy and unemployment rates. Last week, on March 6, 2020, the N.W.T Bureau of Statistics released a report on labor force activity in N.W.T. As of February 2020, The employment rate in N.W.T is 63.5% and appears to be trending downwards. This is concerning for me. Mr. Speaker, I feel that as a government, we need to ask three main questions when we observe a statistic like this. First, what are we doing in each of our government departments to help keep employment numbers up? Secondly, what are we doing to assist business and industry to help them retain and train their employees? Last, what are we doing to help the public gain meaningful business and employment opportunities? Mr. Speaker, in my reply to the budget address last week, I mentioned that business, particularly small business, will be the key to getting us through this financial economic stagnation or decline we're currently going through. To put it in bush terms, I feel like we're slowly moving through the slough water here to financially right now. And I feel like there's definitely a lot of things we could change and improve on. Mr. Speaker, if one wanted to start a small business, they would need to be aware that there are many resources out there and help them realize their dreams. For example, the BDIC is a great resource to help their startup businesses to grow and be sustainable. There are loans for financing and training available for those who wish to go out there on their own and start a new business. Mr. Speaker, there are also options out there for those who wish to be self-employed. Our economy needs more tradespeople out there in the workforce. We need to see more plumbers, electricians, mechanics, cooks, hairdressers, etc. These trades I mentioned are transferable skills that can be used anywhere in the world. And they're crucial to our economy and would be helpless without them. I want to applaud all these tradespeople and hoping that our government will do what they can to help keep these people in trades in the territories. In closing, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to see people in the North know that there are resources out there to help them be employed through not so traditional methods. We want to give people hope and for them to know how to be successful and started business. That successful business all started with one simple idea. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to seek unanimous consent to conclude my statement. I am tongue twisting today.
Thank you, Member for Tunde Welde. The member seeking unanimous consent to conclude a statement. Are there any nays? There are no nays. You may conclude your statement.
So as I was saying, thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I was saying, we want to give people hope to help them know that there's a lot of businesses out there that were successful in the past, and it all started with one idea. So with that, I'd like to ask some questions to the Minister ECE. I would have liked to ask the Minister Paitia, but she's not here today, so Masicho.
Tunde Welde. Member statements. Member for Frame Lake.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. For years now, the N.W.T public accounts publish the names of N.W.T students who have received remission of their student loans. The schedule contains the individual students' names and the amount of each remission. Since the review of the 2014-15 public accounts, Standing Committee on Government Operations has recommended that the Department of Finance stop this practice. This information used to be published in a schedule of bad debt write-offs, forgiveness, and student loan remissions. The Information Privacy Commissioner questioned this disclosure of personal information in correspondence with the Department of Finance that was tabled in the last Assembly and said, quote, is it necessary for the program and or for public accountability for students to be required to give up their financial privacy to take advantage of a program designed by its very terms to accommodate the forgiveness of debt in certain circumstances, end of quote. Finance undertook an internal privacy impact assessment that did not seek outside views or assistance. The Information and Privacy Commissioner was not consulted despite committee's requests. Finance separated student loan remissions into its own schedule beginning in 2018, but continues to publish individual names and amounts. The Department of Education, Culture and Employment now requires students to agree to have their identities and loan remission amounts published as a condition of getting such loan remissions, hardly free, prior, or informed consent, Mr. Speaker. I sought advice from the Legislative Assembly's law clerk on this matter. The clerk found that there is no legal basis to continue to disclose the identities of students getting loan remissions and the corresponding individual amounts. I believe strongly the Department of Finance is subjecting N.W.T. students to an inappropriate level of disclosure that is inconsistent with standards applied elsewhere in government. I intend to continue to press Cabinet to modify this practice as soon as possible. Mr. Speaker, I do want to recognize that there is a new collaborative spirit and approach from the current Cabinet, and I've been pleased to work with them on this issue. I'll have questions later today for the Minister of Education, Culture and Employment. Merci, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Frame Lake. Member statements. Member statements. Member for Yellowknife Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my statement today is about some important work done near the end of the last Assembly and which I hope will continue. I'm talking about third-party reporting of sexual assaults and third-party oversight of sexual assault files. Mr. Speaker, here in the N.W.T, we have high rates of sexual assault, especially for Indigenous women, and low rates for reporting that crime. Statistics Canada found that only 1 in 20 sexual assaults are reported to the police. The reasons for not reporting are diverse, ranging from shame and guilt to the perception that sexual assault is not a crime. In order to increase rates of reporting, some jurisdictions have set up third-party reporting, where someone who has experienced sexual assault can go to a nonprofit organization, for example, and make a report there rather than go directly to police. Mr. Speaker, the Department of Justice brought a group of people together to discuss this issue over 2 days last June. They came from all regions of the N.W.T. and from nonprofits, victim services, health authorities, the RCMP and the GNWT. According to the What We Heard report, the group anticipated there would be a high volume of sexual assault survivors who would use this third-party reporting service if it were implemented. They saw the major benefit as giving survivors a barrier-free opportunity to tell their stories and feel heard. This change may also help to improve service delivery to survivors. They identified the major challenge as whether N.W.T. nonprofits with paid staff have the capacity to take on this responsibility. It may be possible to train staff in existing organizations to provide this service when protocols are agreed for collecting and passing on the information. Mr. Speaker, the other issue discussed was third-party oversight of the RCMP files. The point of this initiative is to increase public confidence in the way police respond to sexual assault complaints by reviewing their files. The review team could make recommendations about conducting more interviews or ask questions. The RCMP has already completed the privacy and security work required to make this kind of advocacy feasible, and review teams are in place in Ontario. Mr. Speaker, I'm grateful that the Department of Justice has completed this step, and I hope to see it implemented without any delay. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Member for Yellowknife Centre. Member statements. Member statements. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I would like to speak about carbon offsets. Firstly, a carbon offset is a credit for greenhouse gas reductions achieved by one party that can be purchased and used to compensate the emissions of another party. Mr. Speaker, there are a variety of carbon offset schemes, and some have proved to work better than others. But today, Mr. Speaker, I would like to speak about not just simply buying carbon offsets, but the possibility of selling them and using what is an increasingly larger and larger market with billions of dollars to access and fund projects in the North. The Northwest Territories is extremely well suited to access carbon offsets and to purchase them for the same reason, Mr. Speaker. Getting all of our communities off diesel is not an easy task. It will require significant investment in infrastructure. And the whole point of carbon offsets is to allow energy organizations and communities to find funding for projects that would not otherwise be feasible. As governments around the world start to wake up to the reality of climate change, we are seeing an increase in the purchasing of carbon offsets. More and more companies are being faced with regulatory requirements to lower their carbon or greenhouse gas emissions. I hope, Mr. Speaker, we can get the air regulations in place during the life of this Assembly and make that the case here. I see carbon offsets as a pivotal tool in growing our renewable sector in the North, as well as a safeguard for a number of our protected areas and our boreal forests. We've seen the Department of Environment and Natural Resources begin to access federal money for replanting, there is plenty of opportunity for the Northwest Territories to become a leader in selling carbon offsets. We've seen these used in the Amazon rainforest. I see no reason why they can't be used in the boreal forest, Mr. Speaker. There's significant amount of money on the table to be invested in carbon offsetting, and with more and more projects meeting the qualifications for certification, I believe it's prudent for our government to take advantage of that market and assist our constituents in doing the same. We have seen the federal government begin to take these steps. I don't want to leave that money on the table. I want the Northwest Territories to be a leader in carbon offsets. I will have questions for the Minister of Finance, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for Yellowknife North. Member statements. Member statements. Member for Kamloops.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yesterday, the member for Nuvik-Twin Lakes questioned the Health Minister about repatriating N.W.T residents with disabilities currently living in southern residential placements. These are long-term care arrangements that displace persons with disabilities. More than 2/3 of these men, women, and children are living with cognitive disabilities. And over the last 7 years, the cost of southern placements has increased by 77% to $30 million per year. Over this sitting, we have heard members speak about how Indigenous persons represent 99% of children in foster care, upwards of 85% of the inmates in correctional centres, and 90% of our homeless population. Mr. Speaker, the sad fact is that 90% of residents in southern residential placements are Indigenous. Recognizing the negative impacts caused by removing people from their families, culture, communities, and lands, we must not support the continued dislocation of Indigenous people out of the Northwest Territories. Mr. Speaker, continuing the removal of N.W.T residents living with disabilities reinforces and legitimizes systems of care that perpetuate the dislocation of Indigenous people from the Territory under the guise of care. It does not allow for the integration of these people into our communities, which is a benefit to our society. In some instances, families have reported being too fearful to seek help for the care of a loved one living with a disability for fear of losing that family member. Southern travel from our remote communities is expensive and means that some families suffer permanent segregation. If we continue to increase spending on out-of-territory residential southern placements, as we have in recent years, program spending could reach $50 million per year by the next Assembly. But this isn't only about the government's bottom line or even about human connection. This is about rights, Mr. Speaker. The United Nations Declaration of the Rights of Indigenous People, Article 9, states that Indigenous people have the right to belong to Indigenous community or nation in accordance with the traditions and customs of the community or nation concerned. No discrimination of any kind may arise from the exercise of such a right. Mr. Speaker, this Assembly has committed to implementing UNDRIP. One way to do this is to minimize the use of southern placements to those cases where no other alternative is possible, and instead develop approaches that invest in territorial supports, community care networks and training, and made in the North care models that support keeping our Indigenous residents with disabilities at home while increasing Northern caregiver employment opportunities. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for Kamloops. Member statements. Member statements. Returns to oral questions. Returns to oral questions. Recognition of visitors in the gallery. Recognition of visitors in the gallery. Acknowledgements. Acknowledgements. Oral questions. Oral questions. Member for Tunde-Wellesley.
Mr. Speaker, just going back to my member statement on self-employment and trades, I have a question for the Minister for EC&E. And my question is, what programs are available in the N.W.T for those interested in the trades vocation? Mr. Cho.
Thank you, member for Tunde-Wellesley. Member for EC&E.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If someone wants to get into trades, there's a lot of ways to do it. Of course, we offer trades courses at Aurora College here. There is more emphasis being put onto trades at the high school level. Our career development, no, it's a different name. the officials from EC who go into the schools and talk to the students and tell them about their career opportunities. They are having those conversations with students now, saying that trades is a career that you can get into. And that type of work needs to happen more and more. I know for a long time, trades was sort of a secondary consideration, but the fact is, it's good work. Over the past number of years, the labor numbers in the N.W.T have gone down, but the number of self-employed people have actually gone up, has increased by 500. And trades is a perfect way to become self-employed. There's always work if you're a tradesperson. There are a number of programs I won't go through them all right now. I'll let the member ask some more questions, because I might just answer them all if I keep going on. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Trinity-Weldy.
Mr. Speaker. Well, I'm glad his department's going into schools and promoting trades. That's something we need to start early with the kids. My next question is, what is the department doing to promote trades and self-employment initiatives in the N.W.T as a whole?
Thank you, Member for Trinity-Weldy. Minister of EC&E.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. One of the things that ECE is committed to doing is creating a Blue Seal certification program for journeymen or journey persons. This is something that exists in other jurisdictions, and what it is, it's the technical aspect of being a journey person plus a business component. And this is something that requires that the people who get this certification have those business skills. And so it's an additional thing that people can strive for. There's also the ECE self-employment program, in which the department will work with clients to help support their business idea. There is funding for courses to attend training, for books, for tools, for travel. EC will help facilitate meetings with BDIC, as the member mentioned earlier, and they can help come up with a business plan. So if someone is committed to starting their own business, whether it be trades or anything else, there is programs that are available, and I can provide more detailed information to the member as well. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Trinity-Weldy.
Mr. Speaker, just to give a little context on this one here. I used to work for Davik and for the Communities Department, and we used to go in places like YELLOWKNIFE and YELLOWKNIFE and stuff. And I remember going to school, and we were trying to explain trades to very young grades, and we couldn't get through to them. So finally I said, I think I have a good example. I said, I told a grade 6-year, I'm like, how in Star Wars there's Jedis. You don't just become a Jedi overnight. You have to become a Padawan first. You have to train under somebody, and then you become that one. That's how trades works. So I guess on that note, I want to know what the minister is doing to promote trades in our schools in grade school. Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Member for Trinity-Weldy. Minister of EC&E.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I mentioned earlier, we have the Career and Education Advisors, and what they do is they have those conversations with students starting at grade 7. So it's not quite as early maybe as the member speaking about, but they start letting kids know about their options early on, so that those students can then make sure they're taking the right courses to get where they need to be. We also have the SNAP program, which is something that's available all over the territory, although it does take some partnerships. It's not something we can just roll out. So there's a number of things like that, and like I said, we just need to do a better job, and I'm working on this myself, in promoting the trades. Trades are great occupations. I don't really like to have a boss necessarily, and if you have a trade, you can be your own boss. There's always that work is always needed. You can work in a big company, you can work on your own, you can work in a small community, you can work anywhere. Trades are great opportunities, and we really need to get that word out there and make sure that we are guiding the students who want to go down that path. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Final supplementary, member for oral questions. Oral questions, member for Yellowknife Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my questions are for the Minister of Justice. I spoke frequently in the last Assembly about the benefits of involving third parties in sexual assault reporting and oversight of police sexual assault investigations. I believe that these initiatives will allow us to provide better services to survivors and get a better idea of barriers to reporting and resolving cases. My question for the Minister is whether she supports moving forward on implementing these changes in the N.W.T. Mussy.
Thank you, Member for Yellowknife Centre. Minister responsible for Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the member has already alerted me previously to the fact that there was a report produced on this matter in June and that NGOs and stakeholders met at that time. Since then, Mr. Speaker, there's been some update, which is that the RCMP continue to engage with the proposed review committee, and that meanwhile the N.W.T. Department of Justice is also putting forward a second meeting of the same stakeholders to review progress with respect to having the NGO group come together. So I say all that, Mr. Speaker, because the degree of support or program development that will result will depend very much on what happens at these subsequent meetings when we hear back from these same stakeholders and to determine exactly how they want to see this program unfold, and that will then better inform my ability to stand up in the House and explain the nature of the program as it goes forward. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Yellowknife Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you to the Minister for that answer. Mr. Speaker, what we're proposing here for the Northwest Territories isn't new. It's not even new in Canada. There is third-party reporting in place in the Yukon. There is third-party oversight of police files available in Ontario, and it's my understanding that the RCMP has already done the preliminary work to make this happen. So given that that landscape is already fairly well formed, what are the barriers to implementing these changes in the Northwest Territories? Thank you.
Thank you. Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there are two different things that are at issue. Firstly, with respect to third-party reporting, Mr. Speaker, that certainly would provide another avenue of reporting, another way in which victims can come forward, and arguably in a way that would provide some flexibility and alternatives when people may not be in a position, for whatever reason, to attend the RCMP. That said, the model that was being looked at present involves non-government organizations or victim service providers who are not necessarily N.W.T. employees, and so of course we need to ensure that those individuals or those organizations have the capacity to deliver the training and capacity to then deliver any kind of services in order to perform the function of third-party reporting. And I certainly don't want to underestimate what that might entail or assume that those agencies would have the ability to take that on. So we'd want to ensure that either they have that capacity or that we're able to support them in developing that capacity. And with respect to the third-party oversight, again, at that point, the member points out that this is happening in other jurisdictions, but wanting to work with our RCMP partners to ensure that when this is happening, or if there's going to be third-party oversight, that that's done in a way that is respectful of their operational processes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Oral questions. Member for Yellowknife Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I appreciate the Minister is being cautious, but the fact is that the stakeholders who were at the special meeting in June of last year were uniformly in favour of these initiatives, recognizing that there were some issues to be sorted out. So what I'd like a sense of from the Minister is how long it's going to take to work through the considerations that she has named in order to put these services in place. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Yellowknife Centre, Minister of Justice.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. I understand that the next round of stakeholder engagement is actually scheduled to take place in April of this year, so only just next month. And at that point, there will be a review of what work has been done so far, what programs have been undertaken to this point. At that point, if in fact the various NGOs and stakeholders, victim services provider organizations, are able to say that they can roll out and move forward, I would anticipate that there should be there won't be a stop put in place by the Department of Justice. We'd be there to support their provision of those services, but we do need to hear back from them being partners in these programs. And as I say, I expect that that's going to take place next month. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Final supplementary, member for Yellowknife Centre.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you to the Minister for that. I just want to point out what a glacial pace this is moving at. I've spoken about it for, say, 3 years, and the consultation happened in June, and the follow-up is happening in April. So I really am concerned about when this is actually going to happen. So I wonder if it makes sense for the government to put out an RFP for a service provider and work specifically with the respondents to that RFP in order to launch the service rather than doing more consultation and then moving on to an RFP at some other point. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Yellowknife Centre. Minister of Justice.
Mr. Speaker, I had been hoping that I would simply say that I would commit to get back to the member with the results from April. I'm more hesitant to say that I'm going to put out an RFP based on the fact that I don't know what the reports of the pilot will say. That said, Mr. Speaker, as I've said, the N.W.T doesn't want to hold this back. If the stakeholders are in support and they're able to undertake the project and to continue it forward, the N.W.T is not going to stop third-party reporting from moving forward under those circumstances. I think the best that I could perhaps do for today is to say that if in fact the reporting comes back and the pilots come back as being positive and that there's capacity to move this forward, then at that point the matter will move forward, and it will move forward in a fashion that is timely, keeping in mind that we have a June session where if I haven't issued an RFP or if the department hasn't issued an RFP, then by that stage I'd expect the member to be asking me questions again, and hopefully it would be much easier to commit. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I previously asked questions on carbon offsets to the Minister of ENR, and in time I will ask them the Minister of Infrastructure to make sure that any green energy projects can access this, what is an ever-increasing pool of funding. But I guess since it's money-related, I will ask the Minister of Finance today, can the issue of carbon offsets be provided to the relevant climate change committee and a policy document be produced?
Thank you, Member for Yellowknife North. Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, in contrast to some of my previous responses, I'll just say yes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate that answer. The importance here is that carbon offset pools are increasingly becoming a more and more larger pool of money to tap into. The federal government is looking at setting up a credit scheme nationwide, and I don't want the Northwest Territories to be left behind. And one of my concerns with this is that it's not really built into our energy strategy or our climate change strategy. So I want to make sure that we look into this properly. So can the minister work with her counterparts in infrastructure and ENR and make sure there's some clearer points of accountability for who's responsible ultimately for the many aspects of carbon offsets?
Thank you, Member for Yellowknife North. Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I think I have all-around good news on this one. There's two different questions coming out of the member's statement, or the member's question just now. The first with respect to the carbon offset program that's being developed by the federal government, and I am pleased to tell the House that indeed the Department of Finance officials are already working with their federal counterparts on this, so that we certainly will not be left out, and we want to ensure that we have an appropriate place at that table. But then secondly, with respect to having a clear point of accountability, Mr. Speaker, this is again good news. This is a project, climate change is a project that's receiving collaboration from a real whole of government approach. Many departments are involved, and that is a positive thing. It's bringing together the many different facets of this issue. I acknowledge the member's point and the challenge he's having asking questions of Cabinet, and so I would certainly commit to ensuring that there is a clear point of accountability that can answer to all of these different facets, or that can direct the member to which aspect of the collaboration will respond to questions. So I will make sure that that is communicated. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate that answer, and I recognize that this is a new area, but I think carbon offsets and carbon trading are only going to get bigger, and they're only going to become a greater source of revenue for the Northwest Territories and green projects. And I'm happy to hear that we are working with the Minister of Environment and Climate Change Canada to make sure we have input into that carbon credit scheme that's being developed nationwide. So I guess my question to the Minister of Finance is, can we direct the staff who are doing that to make sure that the priorities of the North and perhaps a carve-out for northern credits and our unique situation is reflected, and we advocate for that in that policy?
Thank you, Member for Yellowknife North. Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as I said, the Department of Finance is already active on this file. They're already engaged at the federal level, and the point of engagement at the federal level is always to ensure that the people of the Northwest Territories and the needs of the Northwest Territories are being fully considered. I am confident that that will happen. I'm confident that that will happen in follow-up to this conversation here in the House. And I'm quite confident, Mr. Speaker, that indeed if carbon offsets are a direction that the federal government moves to, that we will be, as I've said, engaged and involved, and we will not let ourselves fall behind on the issue. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Oral questions. Member for N.W.T.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last year, Mr. Speaker, the Department of Finance put property tax arrears program in place. Out of the recognition that some people who have had to have taxes at times higher than the annual income may never be paid off or never with their arrears, Mr. Speaker. People allows remission, forgiveness in property tax, the property tax interest in return a person making a payment on the principal that's owed. Mr. Speaker, will the Minister have her department develop a similar program with the arrears of forgiveness of debt money put on, and they'll get some of their arrears tax are freed? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for N.W.T. Minister responsible for the Northwest Territories Housing Corporation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Housing Corporation is open to new methods. I would have to take a look and see what is working and what is not working before we establish new ideas going forward. But I am going to commit to be working with the member to look and see how we can work with the outstanding arrears within the Northwest Territories Housing Corporation. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Member for N.W.T.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. That sounds really good, Mr. Speaker. It could be the Minister Polly Chinna arrears program. We're thankful for that. Mr. Speaker, well, this work will involve in assessing the total amount of arrears owed by an annual income for those who owe arrears. Will the Minister provide an assessment to the appropriate standing committee when this is completed? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for N.W.T. Minister of Housing.
Thank you, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Once a review is done, I would like to, yes, I will be submitting something to the standing committee. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Member for N.W.T.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, that the Minister shared the proposed program, the parameters, the eligibility, the requirements with the standing committee before the program is finalized and working. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for N.W.T. Minister of Housing.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yes, I will, because I would be open to further comments and suggestions once the information is provided. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Final supplementary, Member for N.W.T.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this is such a big issue we have in our small communities because there's no job, employment, everything's seasonal. Can the Minister provide a time estimate on what time we could look at having something before the House for approval for arrears write-offs? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for N.W.T. Minister of Housing.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Unfortunately, I wouldn't be able to provide those numbers, but I will be able to provide them going forward because it is going to end up needing a full assessment, and I need to see the material to see what's working and what's not working. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Oral questions. Member for Frame Lake.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. My questions are for the Minister of Education, Culture and Employment. Earlier today, I discussed the ongoing saga where individual student names continue to be published in our public accounts. Can the Minister tell us whether he's had a chance to review this practice and whether he is prepared to change it? Merci, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Frame Lake. Minister responsible for Education, Culture and Employment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The member knows very well that I reviewed this concern. I sat in many meetings with him while he opined on the merits of displaying students' names in the public accounts. So I'm well aware of the issue, and yes, I'm going to fix it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Frame Lake.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. I guess today's my lucky day. And it is for all students in the Northwest Territories as well.
The future.
One of the options to stop this unnecessary invasion of privacy is to make legislative amendments to the Student Financial Assistance Act and or the Financial Administration Act. This, of course, could be undertaken by Cabinet or as a private member's bill. Can the Minister tell us how Cabinet intends to proceed and what changes will generally be brought forward? Merci, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Frame Lake. Minister of EC&E.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think there's some minor amendments that the ECE would like to have made to the SFA Act. And so one of those will be changing the rules so that notwithstanding the FAA, that the student names will not have to be publicly reported. So what needs to happen here is a legislative proposal will come to me. I will approve it. It will go to a standing committee. The standing committee will have to provide response and comment. At that point, it will have to go to Cabinet and for approval, and then a bill will have to be drafted, which will then have to go back to Cabinet for approval, which at that point will then be brought into this House, and the Legislative Assembly will take hold of the bill, and this process could be done. We could see the introduction in the May-June sitting if we hear back from the standing committee soon enough, and if it goes through all of those steps. But that's the plan right now, is to introduce a bill in the May-June sitting. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Minister, member for Frame Lake.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. I do want to sincerely thank my Cabinet colleagues, because I know I've been talking to them about this over the last several months, and this is great progress, and I think I'm very happy, and I think we should all be happy with some movement on this. So can the Minister, though, tell us how soon the practice will stop and whether it'll be in time for the 2019-20 public accounts? Merci, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for Frame Lake. Minister of EC&E.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And like I mentioned, there are a lot of factors that are out of my control personally. And so while that we may have seen the last publication of student names, I can't make any promises. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Oral questions. Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. My questions today are for the Minister of Education, Culture and Employment. I was really happy to hear my colleague from Trinidad-Wellidig question the Minister in regards to increasing interest in the trades. And so it was nice to hear that the Department of Education is working towards getting kids excited about working in the trades. But the fact of the matter is a lot of us in the Northwest Territories start our families quite early and end up with children maybe younger than the national average. I've had my first child when I was 23. So what I'm wondering is what supports are currently available to families with children who want to become students of Aurora College. Thank you.
Thank you, member for Cam Lake. Minister of EC&E.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And SFA does provide additional funding for students who have children. So if you're a single individual with no dependents, you will get less than if you were a single parent, say, with 1, 2, or 3, etc. children. So there is that. And in terms of Aurora College in particular, I've been in talks with the department regarding the childcare situation there. I think everyone is aware of that. Everyone in this House, anyway, knows that Fort Smith, there's a deficit in terms of childcare, as there are in many places. And so that's something that needs to be addressed if we really want to have this world-class polytechnic university. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. No, I'm very happy to hear that the Department of Education is looking into more options. In regards to a member statement that was actually shared last week by my colleague from Yellowknife North in regards to increasing uptake of women in trades, we also know that women quite often end up being the primary caregiver in some situations. And so would the Minister of Education be willing to entertain the idea of a pilot childcare program for the Fort Smith Aurora College in order to help increase women in trades? Thank you.
Thank you, member for Cam Lake. Minister of EC&E.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. we're looking into a lot of different options. Right now, ECE offers many, many different pots of funding that can help with creating childcare spaces. There's money for startup, there's wages that can be used, or there's funding that can be used to top off wages of employees, there's funding for all sorts of different things. And in terms of just the college, yes, the college is looking into figuring out how we can better support parents, but ECE is always open to having those conversations about how we can create more childcare spaces, and in fact, that's exactly what we're mandated to do. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Kamloops.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Would the minister be willing to sit down with members from this side of the House and find out ways that we can support potentially growing that space in Fort Smith and putting together a universal childcare with the member of Tabacha so that more people can uptake trades in the Fort Smith area? Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Kamloops. Minister of EC&E.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm always happy to sit down with the members and have these discussions. In terms of universal childcare in Fort Smith, it's a difficult conversation to have to create a pilot program when we know full well that we can't afford to expand that pilot program to the rest of the territory. So we're creating a real inequity. However, there are options and there is plenty of money available to assist Fort Smith, whether it's the college, whether it's the community or an organization, to develop a childcare space. And we have someone in Fort Smith who is there to help do those kind of things. Someone who is in contact with the Fort Smith Daycare Society, someone who is well aware of what's happening and very much willing to help. And she's willing to have those conversations in Fort Smith, and I'm willing to have those conversations with the members. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Final supplementary. Oral questions. Oral questions. Member for Haverhill South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think it's kind of nice having only 4 on that side because we seem to be getting lots and there's a lot of happiness on this side. Anyways, I've got a question for the minister responsible for homelessness. So I'm not sure if she's responsible for the homeless situation or she's responsible for looking after it. But anyways, I get questions in Hay River with respect to what their responsibility entails. So can the minister explain to me and the people of the N.W.T. what is it that she actually does with that responsibility? What's her responsibility? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Haverhill South. Minister responsible for homelessness.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With the portfolio that I have been given, it's quite complex because we are, as a housing corporation, we are responsible for the structures. Homelessness does not come with any additional funding. It's something that it's a responsibility that the Housing Corporation has just taken, and we have provided the infrastructure for the program, but also it started to become a wraparound service. So we are working with this issue within the Northwest Territories, and we are trying our best with what resources that we have. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Haverhill South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So that responsibility, my understanding is now, is that it comes with no money. Does it come with any staff? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Haverhill South. Minister responsible for homelessness.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm not aware if we actually have staff that specifically deal with the homelessness issue throughout the Northwest Territories, but we do have staff that deal with the programming for homelessness that entail the infrastructure and wraparound services. I just wanted to maybe just elaborate just a little bit quickly on the PATH program that we do establish, and the Community Initiatives program. Right now, we've just opened up a facility in Acknowledgements that is structured for homelessness. It comes with 4 units, and we do have a homelessness worker in Acknowledgements that the Housing Corporation does fund internally, and it's open to the rest of the Northwest Territories. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Haverhill South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Okay, so now I understand there's no money, but there could be staff. So I guess my question is that how would one go, or how would an organization, I guess, address homelessness in the community with support from you as a minister responsible for homelessness when a plan of action is needed to be developed in that community to address homelessness? Thank you.
Thank you, member for Hay River South. Minister responsible for homelessness.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We do have a program that's called a Community Housing Support Initiative that we have adopted this issue, and we have been working with homelessness throughout the Northwest Territories, and also going forward that if there was any Indigenous partnership, and I'm really heavy on partnerships throughout the Territory, that we are able to work with them in conjunction to work with this issue within the Territories. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Hay River South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. One thing I've noticed here in the Territories is that some of the communities have access for accommodation for people during the winter who have nowhere to go. But not all communities have that. And I'm just wondering how, or if the minister has a plan to address this situation for next winter, because in Hay River we're going to have to deal with it. We've dealt with it internally within the community with assistance from the people of Hay River, from local businesses from Hay River, and nonprofits from Hay River with no cost to the government. So I'm just wondering if the minister has any idea what her department is going to do for next winter for looking after that situation. Homelessness in the N.W.T. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for Hay River South. Minister responsible for homelessness.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am familiar with the file that the member is speaking of. The organization is encouraged to submit a business plan to us so we can provide assistance to the program that's happening in Hay River. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Oral questions. Member for N.W.T.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today, Mr. Speaker, I got an email from one of our constituents regarding the coronavirus. Every Hamlet community has a Hamlet office. Every Hamlet office has an emergency plan. Mr. Speaker, is the MACA minister willing to get on, I guess, the community or the community level, making sure that they're starting to enact that plan in case of something that somebody has the coronavirus? I'm not trying to cause panic, but I'm trying to give a heads up to the communities to start looking at that community emergency plan and how they're going to act on it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for N.W.T. Minister responsible for municipal and community affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As we know, the coronavirus is very new, but it's spreading very quickly throughout the country. We have not had any reported cases in the Northwest Territories, but I just want to inform the member that Municipal and Community Affairs has addressed the concern. Letters have gone out to the charter communities in the hamlets to work with an initiative going forward. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Member for N.W.T.
Thank you, Speaker. That's really good to hear, Mr. Speaker. I think what they should be doing also is making a phone call to the Hamlet SAOs to get them enacted on that plan and working together. I'm happy to hear that. Mr. Speaker, there's so many with this illness, this flu that is happening that's able to kill people. Our communities, our community health centers are so, understaffed in regards to that. And then I think what we should be doing is really working with the health department as well in regards to getting a plan ready for this epidemic, because it's coming and people are taking it too lightly, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you, member for N.W.T. Minister responsible for municipal and community affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to inform the member that Municipal and Community Affairs and Department of Health have been meeting regularly, and we do have updates every day. So we are going forward with that information. We will be informing the communities a lot more. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for N.W.T.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. One more thing, Mr. Speaker, is today they started back home spring break. All the people that are traveling now, our teachers, anybody that's able to travel to get out of the community because of spring break, I think how is that going to work in our communities? And is there a minister or other ministers putting that in effect into an email to the principals, to the Hamlet offices, all the people that need to be notified in case somebody does come back, does show symptoms of the sickness, and to be in self-quarantine or quarantine, because that could, the stuff that we have in our remote communities for health centers, they're going to send you home with Tylenol. So, Mr. Speaker, are they notifying all the staff, government staff, through the government mail? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for N.W.T. Minister responsible for Municipal and Community Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I've known for my department, Municipal and Community Affairs, that we have been working in conjunction with the other government departments as well, and we do get briefings going forward. And I would inform the member to follow up with the Minister of Health for further discussion. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for N.W.T.
Mr. Speaker, I just want to let it be the first year that we do have to make sure that we're following through with the local emergency plans with our local mayors and councillors that have to make sure their plan is in place and to act upon, because this is a really serious matter and sickness that's coming that there's no cure yet, Mr. Speaker. So with all just a note for the Education Minister as well, to make sure that all the teachers that are traveling around to Mexico and all those nice warm places, to make sure that the staff is known that they should be self-checking. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Take that as a comment. Oral questions. Oral questions. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I previously asked questions to the Minister of Municipal and Community Affairs regarding a Yellowknife City Charter. I was hoping that the minister responsible could outline a process and provide that document to the City of Yellowknife on what a path forward for a Yellowknife City Charter could look like.
Thank you, Member for Yellowknife North. Minister responsible for Municipal and Community Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to elaborate quickly on the charter that the City of Yellowknife is proposing. That it is a new it is a new approach, and we need to gather and we need to identify what it is that the city is wanting to change within their Cities and Towns and Villages Act. And going forward, I just need to be more clear, and I'm open to having further discussions with the City of Yellowknife. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. One of my concerns regarding this issue is that there's no plans currently to bring the City, Towns and Villages Act forward during this assembly. I know the department has a lot of work to do regarding the Prosperity Assessment and Taxation Act, which ultimately ties into the city charter issue. And my concern is that the municipalities have been asking for the Property Assessment and Taxation Act to be brought forward for over a decade, and the department has been very slow to do so. So I don't want to be standing here in a decade asking about a Yellowknife City Charter. Would the minister be willing to reach out to the City of Yellowknife and get them to provide what they would see a process going forward for a Yellowknife City Charter?
For Yellowknife North, Minister responsible for Municipal and Community Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, MACA is prepared to receive information from the city and the charter proposed. We are open to be meeting with them and discuss concepts. We will also, of course, need to gather other relevant information. I really want to see why the city would want to change their status and adapt the Charters Act. It is available in other jurisdictions, but it does not exist in the Northwest Territories. So going forward, yes, I am available to be meeting with the City of Yellowknife. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will convey that information to the city, and I look forward to asking about those discussions. I can tell you the reason that the City of Yellowknife has asked for this is because they find dealing with the Department of Municipal and Community Affairs extremely frustrating. I'm happy to finally see the Property Assessment and Taxation Act coming forward. There's a number of unique things that we can do in Yellowknife, whether it be municipal bonds, local services, vacancy taxes, that simply just would not make sense in the smaller communities and may not even make sense in the other tax-based communities. So during the development of the Property Assessment and Taxation Act, is the Minister willing to reach out to the City of Yellowknife and hear some of their concerns around property assessment and the unique needs of the City of Yellowknife?
Thank you, Member for Yellowknife North. Minister responsible for Municipal and Community Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yes, I will be wanting to hear and elaborate a little bit more on the approach that the City of Yellowknife is taking. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Minister, oral questions. Oral questions. Returns for written questions. Member for Kamloops.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. My question today is for the Minister of Health and Social Services in regards to repatriating Northwest Territories residents with disabilities living in southern residential placements. Question 1, how many people are living in southern residential placements? Question 2, what is the total cost the government of the Northwest Territories is spending to support Northwest Territories residents with disabilities living in southern residential placements? 3, what region-specific support services would be required to support people with disabilities to live in their home communities? 4, what would a phased repatriation plan look like to support people with disabilities living in their home communities? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Kamloops. Correction, that was written questions. Written questions, written questions, returns to written questions, returns to written questions, replies to Commissioner's address, replies to Commissioner's address, petitions, petitions, reports of committees on the review of bills, reports of committees on the review of bills, reports of standing and special committees. Reports of standing and special committees. Tabling of documents. Tabling of documents. Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I wish to table the following two documents. Follow-up letter for oral question 31-19 brackets 2. Progress of Government, and follow-up letter for oral question 92-19 brackets 2, Fort Providence Dental Care Services. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Government House Leader. Tabling the documents. Tabling the documents. Member for Yellowknife Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I wish to table the report What We Heard, Sexual Assault Investigation Stakeholder Engagement Session, June 11th, 12th, 2019. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Yellowknife North. Tabling of documents. Tabling of documents. Notices of motion. Notices of motion. Motions. Motions. Member for Sabacha.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Whereas members of this and previous assemblies have expressed numerous concerns about the Stanton Territorial Renewal project and the impacts it may have on the long-term fiscal well-being of the government of the Northwest Territories and the people it serves. And whereas at a cost of $750 million over 34 years, the Stanton Territorial Hospital Renewal Project is reportedly the largest capital project ever undertaken by the Government of the Northwest Territories. And whereas the Government of the Northwest Territories reportedly overlooked to include in the project costs a grant in lieu of property tax payment to the City of Yellowknife valued at $4.5 million annually, pushing the total project cost to an estimated $900 million. And whereas the Stanton Territorial Hospital Renewal Project has been described as a public-private partnership between the government of the Northwest Territories and the Boreal Health Partnership. And whereas the fundamental features of this partnership, including the long-term liabilities and obligations of the Government of the Northwest Territories, are included in a project agreement that was executed in the final days of the 17th Legislative Assembly. And whereas there have been and remain numerous deficiencies with the Stanton Territorial Hospital Renewal Project that may affect the long-term operation costs of this project, now therefore, I move, second by the Honourable Member for Frame Lake, that the Legislative Assembly requests the Office of the Auditor General of Canada to undertake a special audit of the Stanton Territorial Hospital Renewal Project and report thereon to the Legislative Assembly. And further, that this special audit investigate the actual project costs and long-term financial implications of the partnership arrangement, compliance with the Financial Administration Act, and the financial policies of the Government of the Northwest Territories, value for money considerations, appropriation authority, reporting in adherence to standard public procurement practices and processes. And furthermore, that the Auditor General investigate and consider any other factors that, in their opinion, is relevant. And furthermore, that all employees and officials respecting the broad powers of investigation granted to the Auditor General under the Auditor General Act and confirmed under the Northwest Territories Act actively cooperate with the Auditor General in providing all appropriate documents, papers, and information requested by the Office of the Auditor General. And furthermore, that the government inform the Boreal Health Partnership and all relevant contractors of the nature and purpose of the special audit. And furthermore, that the Office of the Auditor General is requested to complete the special audit as soon as practical and provide a report to the Legislative Assembly. And furthermore, that the Speaker formally transmit this motion and the content of this proceeding in relation to this motion to the Office of the Auditor General of Canada for their consideration. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Sabacha. Motion is in order. To the motion. Member for Sabacha.
Mr. Speaker, my motion today on the P3 Stanton Renewal Project is about ensuring that public funds are being used for the right reasons. In speaking to this motion, I'd like to reiterate my previous statement on the Stanton P3 project, which I spoke about a couple of weeks ago in a member's statement. Mr. Speaker, following the public technical briefing on the new Stanton Hospital, which took place on February the 11th, 2020, officials within the Department of Health and Social Services and Infrastructure confirmed a series of pervading issues that have been plaguing the new building since it opened in May of 2019. Mr. Speaker, for clarification, the initial amount designated for the new hospital was $350 million as of October 1st, 2015, which was 1 month before the 2015 territorial election. This project was over a 34-year period, which includes the old Stanton Legacy Building, will now cost $750 million plus. The operating and maintenance contract is also included in this P3. Boreal Health Partnership and Dexterra are the main proponents in this agreement. According to officials in the Departments of Health and Social Services and Infrastructure, this agreement/contract is being defended as a good agreement despite it putting our future governance and the people of the Northwest Territories in a crucial financial deficit because of a very dysfunctional agreement. Decisions and final sign-offs being done improperly on behalf of the people of the N.W.T. However, as an MLA who is concerned about P3s, I think the figure that the Department of Finance provided is neither concrete nor precise, and that it will cost much more than that. And as all As all MLAs have experienced, we've had a couple of supplements in this 19th Assembly already. Moreover, Mr. Speaker, the terms and conditions of the Stanton project are not clear either. Once again, not enough attention was paid to the details of this agreement. When detail is not properly taken into account and politicians signs off on these types of agreements, these projects can and will have a major impact both on the people of the N.W.T. as well as the future of our government. This is exactly what happened with the P3 agreement on the new Stanton Hospital, along with the legacy building of the old Stanton Hospital. Mr. Speaker, accountability and transparency are extremely important when dealing with public money. The money that is being used belongs to the people of the N.W.T. Most of the P3s are contracted with southern companies, and the money flows south with little benefit to the N.W.T. P3s can be a positive way of doing business if we're dealing with northern companies or Indigenous groups, and the detailed agreements are firm, signed off properly, and all monies stay in the north. Mr. Speaker, an objective overview by the Auditor General's Office of this P3 project will be appreciated by the people of the N.W.T. and the ordinary MLAs of this 19th Assembly. In closing, Mr. Speaker, public-private partnerships is an option if the Government of the Northwest Territories management team follows the rules, options were looked at properly, and understand that the money that is being spent belongs to the people of the Northwest Territories. Accountability and transparency of public monies is paramount. Managing public monies is a privilege, not a right. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Thabacha. To the motion. Member for Frame Lake.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. The Stanton Territorial Hospital is in my riding of Frame Lake, and I did second the motion. This motion, though, is modeled after a similar motion that called for the Auditor General to carry out a special audit of the Decho Bridge. So that's the format that this is generally reflects that previous work. I raised concerns around the Stanton Territorial Hospital, particularly the P3 arrangement in the last Assembly. I want to make it clear, though, that there has been full financial reporting under the generally accepted accounting principles of the day in the public accounts of the Northwest Territories. So there's no question about the public reporting of the financing of this arrangement. It's clear, it's transparent, it's passed through the Auditor General, but this audit is really to focus on matters around the actual project cost versus the predicted cost, long-term financial implications, compliance with the Financial Administration Act, financial policies. It's more of a performance audit, and I certainly support that. We've heard concerns as well around the performance of the building and the contractors. We had a special briefing earlier this year around those matters, and I've heard from members of the public with concerns about those issues. I also want to make it clear that there's no obligation on the part of the Office of the Auditor General to actually carry out the audit. This is a request. The Auditor General will decide ultimately whether to carry out this audit. The Auditor General could decide to carry out an audit even in the absence of this motion, but this is clearly a request that I think a number of regular MLAs are going to support. I think it's really important that we do a lessons learned retrospective look at that, and of that largest project ever for the Northwest Territories, and that's what this motion is really about. This government is committed to further P3 projects, whether it's the Caliche All-Season Road. We don't know what the financial arrangements for the proposed Slave Geological Province Road are going to be, but I think there's a lot of lessons that we need to learn from the Stanton Territorial Hospital. So, Mr. Speaker, I'll be voting in support of this motion. And Mr. Speaker, I request a recorded vote. Merci, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Frame Lake. To the motion, Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, accountability and transparency in all public dealings, all public accounting is fundamental. It's critical. I share the member's view entirely on that. Mr. Speaker, this particular project has gone through quite tremendous financial reporting. I acknowledge the comments of the member just now, and I appreciate that the faith that's being placed in the Department of Finance and in all the N.W.T to always do our best to be transparent and accountable. So in addition to the lengthy briefing that was done, just wanted to make a few comments, Mr. Speaker, with respect to some of that financial accounting and reporting that has gone on to date on this particular project. Mr. Speaker, back in 2016, when preparing the public accounts, a decision was made to report the then arrangements as being a public-private partnership. By doing so, it would then trigger an involvement of the Auditor General's Office, and indeed, ultimately, the Auditor General's Office agreed that that was the prudent course of action, and in fact, at that time also agreed with the N.W.T's costing of this project. Since that time, Mr. Speaker, for the years ending 2016, 2017, 2018, every year the accumulated costs as the project was going on were being reported, then they were being audited, and they were being found every year by the Auditor General Office as being accurate. When the final project costs rolled in, they have been again reported in the March 2019 public accounts, which were tabled in this House in December, and which will be reviewed by Standing Committee in April of this year. That briefing and that review, Mr. Speaker, is done with the Comptroller General's Office and the Auditor General's Office and Standing Committee. It's done confidentially and it's done with fulsomeness. I'm confident that it'll have a very thorough review and many questions will be asked, and as they should be, and they'll be answered, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, to date, the Auditor General's Office has been involved and been provided only positive reviews of the all financial aspects of the project. Then, speaking more specifically to that, Mr. Speaker, this was a $350 million capital project. It was roughly $1,000 over its budget estimate. That is a very positive return in terms of the capital costing of the project. Now, Mr. Speaker, I acknowledge, of course, that there's been much discussion in this House around the functioning of the building. That said, there's been action taken immediately by the N.W.T to ensure that we've remained active and involved on the unfolding of the project, on the unfolding of the hospital as it's opened. And we've already addressed more than once here the work that's been done on a N.W.T level, at a senior management level, to be engaged, to take action, to ensure that the partners in the project are taking responsible action, and if necessary, to take action under the contract in order to have the service delivered as was provided for. It is a complex contract, but it is actively being monitored, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, my one last note, as I've spoken to before, is that property taxes were not considered as part of the capital costs. Property tax are considered part of the operations of any building, and in the course of a building that is owned by the N.W.T, those property taxes are not in fact property taxes, they're paid as a grant in lieu. And so that is something that's separate and apart from the capital costs or from the operating costs that's been factored into the contract here. And it's something that at this point has been factored into MACA's budget and will continue to be going forward. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. To the motion, member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ultimately, I will be supporting this motion. I just wanted to speak to a few things that I think we have to limit expectations. Does not make political decisions. They ultimately review financials, and they've been involved with this project extensively, and they review compliance with policies. But I think there's a larger question here, and it's ultimately a political one, and it's one we're stuck with. If I were in charge back when this decision was being made, I would not have built this hospital, Mr. Speaker. I would have hired nurses and doctors instead, because people heal the sick, not buildings. But here we stand in this assembly, and the hospital is constructed. We're left with it, Mr. Speaker. There's not much to be done about that. Secondly, to the process of the Auditor General, they just completed the education audit. I believe their other one is starting or currently ongoing. Usually those audits take about 18 months. So I don't, if they choose to do this and they have complete control over what they audit, I expect it to be a number of years, Mr. Speaker. So I question what we're really going to get out of this in a couple years when we receive this audit. I do believe that, ultimately, like I said, I wouldn't have built the hospital, but I have been convinced that This project probably actually came in on budget. In fact, I think there's some concerns with Dexterra that they're not able to make a profit because they didn't really consider the realities of getting Northern labor. But I guess the benefit of this audit to me, Mr. Speaker, is that we have a number of very large P3 infrastructure projects that are on the books or that are really coming forward, and the more information we can get regarding P3s, the better. I have a number of concerns with P3s, whether it be the requirements to not have enough Northern labor. I think on the hospital we saw too many Southern contractors. I also question some of the use of non-unionized labor in P3s. But those are political decisions, Mr. Speaker, and they're political decisions we in this House must decide. Ultimately, they're not the decisions of the Auditor General, and the Auditor General is not a political body. They can't provide us direction on those questions. So I look forward to continue having these conversations. I hope in time, if we do get this audit, that it provides more information. But ultimately, we have to have some serious conversations about infrastructure such as hospitals when we could be hiring staff and the future of P3 projects, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Member for Yellowknife North. To the motion. Question has been called and the recorded vote has been requested. All those in favor, please rise.
The member for Thabacha, the member for Nunakput, the member for Tunadawellade, the member for Frame Lake, the member for Cam Lake, the member for Yellowknife North, the member for Inuvik Twin Lakes, the member for Yellowknife Centre, the member for Hay River South.
All those abstaining, please rise. Sorry. All those opposed, please rise.
The member for Nahende, the member for Inuvik, or the member for Yellowknife North, the member for Yellowknife South, the member for Satu.
All those abstaining, please rise. The results of the recorded vote, 9 in favor, 4 opposed, 0 abstention. The motion is carried. Motions. Notices of motion for the first reading of bills. Notices of motion for the first reading of bills. First reading of bills. First reading of bills. Second reading of bills. Consideration in Committee of the Whole of Bills and Other Matters, Table Document 30-19 brackets 2, Main Estimates 2020-2021, Table Document 43-19 brackets 2, Supplementary Estimates, Infrastructure Expenditures Number 1, 2020-2021, by the authority given to me as Speaker by motion 1-19 brackets 2, I hereby authorize the House to sit beyond the daily hour of adjournment to consider the business before the House, with member for Inuvik Twin Lakes in the chair.
Oh, yeah. All right, I'll call Committee of the Whole. Just wait, sorry. Where's my... Call Committee of the Whole to order. What is the wish of committee? Member for Tunadawellade.
Mr. Madam Chair, committee wishes to consider table document 30-19 bracket 2, 2020-2021 main estimates for the N.W.T. Housing Corporation.
Does the committee agree? All right, thank you, committee. We will have a short recess. back to order. Committee, we have agreed to consider table document 30-19 brackets 2 main estimates 2020, and we are on the activity housing under the N.W.T. Housing Corporation. Does the Minister of the Northwest Territories Housing Corporation have any opening remarks?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm here today to present the 2020-21 main estimates for the Northwest Territories Housing Corporation. Overall, the corporation's estimate propose an increase of $5.3 million, or 5.1% over 2019-2020 main estimates. These estimates support our fiscal objectives to prioritize responsibilities and strategic spending while matching the modest expected revenue growth over the coming year. The proposed estimates include approximately $4.2 million of additional spending that will support a range of priority investments to promote housing partnerships, home ownership's opportunities, and the preservation of the corporation's existing public housing stock. These strategic investments include additional funding for the multi-year community housing plans initiatives, increasing to the Community Housing Support Initiative program, the New Home program, the Security Assistance for Emergency programs, the Seniors Aging in Place programs, and the Fuel Tank Replacement program. In addition, the corporation is allocating additional funding to support a range of priority preservation investments for the corporation's existing public housing stock, including additional repair funding for local housing organizations, funding for the demolition of surplus units, and addressing the continued declining in the Canada Mortgage and Housing Corporation funding for the social program operations. Also included in the 2020-21 main estimates is an additional $1.4 million of incremental forced growth funding for collective bargaining increases supported both the corporation and the local housing organizations. These estimates continue to support the priorities of the 19th Legislative Assembly by fostering strategic partnership, including those with the federal and Indigenous governments, to deliver additional affordable housing for our residents, especially seniors and vulnerable persons. Investing in energy-efficient solutions for both new construction and repairs, delivering increasing opportunities for home ownership, and expanding educational resources and supports for home ownership. That concludes my opening remarks. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Do you wish to bring any witnesses into the House?
Yes, yes, I do.
Sergeant-at-Arms, please escort the witnesses into the chamber. Minister, could you please introduce your witnesses for the record?
Thank you, Madam Chair. To the right of me, I have Mr. Franklin Carpenter, Acting President and CEO, and to the, to the left of me, I have Jim Martin, Vice President, Finance and Infrastructure Services. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. For the members, we will be doing one round of questions, so 10 minutes per activity. And if you can keep your questions to the activity, and for the Minister and her witnesses, if you can, the members only have 10 minutes, so if you can answer their questions to the point so that we don't use up their time, that would be appreciated. Thank you. I will now open the floor to general comments on the Northwest Territories Housing Corporation. There are no further comments. Does the committee agree to proceed to the detail contained in the table document? Committee, we will defer the summary and review the estimates by activity summary, beginning with community housing services, starting on page 362 with information item on page 364. Questions? Members, any questions on this section? Member for Yellowknife Centre.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, can I confirm that this is the appropriate section in which to raise the question of providing building materials to local housing authorities? Thank you.
Minister, would you be able to clarify if...
Yes, it is. Oh, I didn't know if you can hear me. There's, okay. Yeah.
Thank you. Well, did you want to start then? Okay, so Yellowknife Centre.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I read in the media that the N.W.T. Housing Corporation was going to look at a program of supplying building materials to communities to do their own maintenance. I wonder if the Minister could tell us more detail about this program. Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Yellowknife Centre. Minister of N.W.T. Housing Corp.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, we do have funding to support community building initiatives. I will just have the Vice President Franklin Carpenter to elaborate on that. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Carpenter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. What we are doing over the next 4 years is putting a big push on getting people into private home ownership, particularly in smaller communities. So one of the things that we see as essential to supporting this is that they have access to building materials and perhaps even services from our local housing organizations. And this is only going to be available in small communities where those services aren't currently provided. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Carpenter. Member for Yellowknife Centre.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you to the witness for that. Could he provide more program details, such as whether these building materials are for sale or are they granted, and is the labor paid or is it granted, and what the criteria is for applying other than living in a small community, and some of the more immediate details of how this is going to work. Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Yellowknife Centre. Minister of N.W.T. Housing Corp.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We do support Indigenous partnerships and partnerships within the Northwest Territories. We do have programs that would be able to work within certain deliveries. I will have the Vice President Franklin Carpenter to elaborate on the program delivery in this area. Thank you, Madam.
Thank you, Minister. Mr. Carpenter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The services or the materials is going to be fee for service. However, those households are encouraged to apply through our existing programming, and if they're eligible, the cost can be covered that way. Types of materials we're aiming to utilize are, in our opinion, will be commonly materials that are address emergency repairs. Things such as water pumps or furnace-related heating equipment type of things. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Carpenter. Member for Yellowknife Centre.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, Madam Chair, what I don't understand here is that people are going to pay to fix up houses they don't own. Like, aren't these homes currently owned by the N.W.T. Housing Corporation? So, maybe the Minister could clarify that ownership situation with respect to the programming. Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Yellowknife Centre. Minister of N.W.T. Housing Corp.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The programs would be identified with the stock that we own in the communities. The Housing Corporation doesn't own all infrastructure at the community level, but what is owned by the Northwest Territories Housing Corporation, we'll be working with those. And with the building of supplies, that's meant for home ownership clients. Oh, does that answer your question? Thank you.
Thank you, Minister of N.W.T. Housing Corp. Member for Yellowknife Centre.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Minister. So what I understand then is if the client agrees to buy the home, then that client is eligible to apply for the building materials program. Is that correct?
Thank you, Member for Yellowknife Centre. Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, that is correct.
Thank you. Minister, member for Yellowknife Centre.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Could the minister tell us about what the equivalent program is for encouraging home ownership in Yellowknife? Thank you.
Thank you, member for Yellowknife Centre. Minister of N.W.T. Housing Corp.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to elaborate on the programs that we have within Yellowknife to support home ownership. We do have a home ownership program that we do work with the client for the down payment assistance program for the Northwest Territories. I will just have the Vice President to elaborate on that a little bit more. Franklin Carpenter. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Mr. Carpenter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As the Minister indicated, we do have a down payment assistance program for the major centres like Yellowknife, and we also participate where needed in groups that would promote the development of housing. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Carpenter. Member for Yellowknife Centre.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm not sure that I understood the witness's last sentence. Could he repeat that again with some elaboration? Thank you.
Thank you, member. Mr. Carpenter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And our approach to addressing increasing housing in major centres is different than our approach in smaller communities. In the major centres, there's different stakeholders that, whether it's the private market or the municipalities. So we engage with them to see what role we can play to encourage more development of housing. Perhaps in this case, we could promote the co-investment fund that we just entered in, or that we just achieved from Canada through our bilateral agreement. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Carpenter. Member for Yellowknife Centre.
Yeah, thank you for that. I didn't realize that the co-investment fund could be used for home ownership. Can the witness confirm that that in fact is the case?
Thank you, member for Yellowknife Centre. Minister?
Madam Chair, the co-investment fund is directly used for partnerships, and it is not a home ownership program. I just want to elaborate that the support for the bigger centres is for the down payment assistance that we do offer, and it's also for the home repair program that we do have if there's an individual or private homeowner that has purchased their own home and they need renovations or fuel tank replacement. For the co-investment fund, that would be through partnerships and investments. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Yellowknife Centre.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So according to the Housing Corporation's own numbers, only 19 families have taken up home ownership in Yellowknife in the last 5 years. So how is the Housing Corporation going to work with families in Yellowknife to get them to take up home ownership and move them out of public housing and make room for the massive waiting list of families that we have now? Thank you.
Thank you, member for Yellowknife Centre. Minister of N.W.T. Housing Corp.
Thank you, Madam Chair. When we deliver, through our program delivery, we have started to do a home like an assessment where we would find high income earners that are eligible for home ownership. So we do have the initiative to work with our clients to transition them into becoming homeowners and guiding them through the process where they'd be able to purchase their own home and that they're set up for success. And there's a process with that as well too. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Yellowknife Centre.
Yeah, thank you. That seems like a reasonable approach. I understand that as many as 20% of families are at the top end of the rent scale, and so they might be able to afford home ownership. Is there any obligation on this group of high income earners to go into home ownership, or can they continue to be public housing clients indefinitely? Thank you.
Thank you, member for Yellowknife Centre. Minister of N.W.T. Housing Corp.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I realize when we have clients that have moved into our public housing units and they gradually they change positions, they change lifestyles, they either decrease or they increase in the income that they're earning. We do work with them closely and we do try to get them into the home ownership programs. So the initiative is to counsel them, because the Housing Corporation is almost like a social program delivery as well too. So we make sure that we're setting our clients up for success. I hope that answered your question, and I'm not too sure. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Okay. Are there any other questions under Community Housing Services? Member for Hay River South.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. If I'm in the wrong section or off topic, please let me know. With respect to the M&Is, I guess on page 363, we're looking at the revised estimate for 2019, 2020. We moved that up to, it went up in 2020 to 2021 by $2 million. Can you elaborate on that? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member for Hay River South. Minister of N.W.T. Housing Corp.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I see there has been an increase in this section. I'm going to have my finance manager, director of finance, sorry, respond to the question. Jim.
Thank you, Minister. Mr. Martin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, there was a $2.2 million increase from the 1920 main estimates to the 2021 main estimates. This is primarily explained by a couple of adjustments here. The first larger one is we have set aside $1.1 million but in that budget to support additional demolition work in 2021. We have some, particularly one larger building that we have to demo, expect to demo in 2021 that we will have to address. So that's one larger item. We also increased modernization and improvement funding for local housing organizations in 2021. That was an increase of approximately $200,000. We also added in $300,000 for LHOs for additional collective bargaining requirements associated with the increases from the last collective bargaining agreement. And we also set aside an additional $250,000 for designated substance surveys, which are environmental assessment, involves environmental assessment work that has to be completed in advance of modernization and improvement projects. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Martin. Member for Hay River South.
Madam Chair, with respect to the demolishing buildings, what's the criteria for that? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member for Hay River South. Minister of N.W.T. Housing Corp.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I believe I see that this is like an aging stock that we do have for and we do monitor the life of the buildings. I'm going to have the Director of Finance. Huh? Manager?
No, that's okay.
No, you're Director of Finance. Yeah, Jim. Yes.
Thank you, Minister. Mr. Martin.
Chair, yes, so the Housing Corporation undertakes a routine assessment of all of our owned assets each year. We conduct unit condition ratings. For those assets that have essentially reached the end of their life in terms of age and condition, we would then identify those assets as surplus units, and then they would be integrated into our unit disposition plan for the year and coming years. That's essentially how we identify housing assets or buildings that are in need of demolition. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Martin. Member for Hay River South.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I take it it's based on age, so good thing they're not looking after health. Another question I have is you mentioned selling material within the communities. Has the department talked to local businesses to see if they were able to take that on? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, member for Hay River South. Minister.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair. Look, the Housing Corporation emphasizes on local businesses, and I'm going to have Franklin Carpenter elaborate on this approach. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Mr. Carpenter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Before we even start that initiative of selling materials and services, we are going to reach out to the local contractors to make sure we're not intruding on their business opportunities there. We're thinking of more isolated communities that are only accessible by air, where we'd need something immediately. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Carpenter. Member for Hay River South.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The next area is to do with apprentices. I see that you have a few dollars in there for apprentices within the organization. Does the N.W.T. Housing Corporation draw down on any of the financial support that ECE provides with respect to apprenticeships? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, member for Hay River South. Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We do emphasize on apprenticeships in the within the Northwest Territories Housing Corporation. We do work with the ECE as well, but then we do support the apprenticeships going forward that are working within for the local housing authorities. I'm going to have Jim elaborate on it a little bit more so he could just determine how much we've invested into the training that has happened within the territory. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Mr. Martin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Housing Corporation does maintain and support an apprenticeship program. This is a program that is separate and distinct from EC&E's programming. The Housing Corporation sets aside the approximate $861,000 each year, and we utilize those funds to support approximately 12 apprenticeship assignments within our local housing organizations. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Martin. Hay River North, South.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to go to contract services, and I understand the Housing Corporation uses a number of contract people to do, outfits to do the work on the units, and I also understand that there is something in place that I guess it's a suspension list for some of the contractors that do work for the Housing Corporation. So I'm just wondering what the criteria is to get on that suspension list. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, member for Hay River South. Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We do have contractors within the Northwest Territories, within the Northwest Territories Housing Corporation that have defaulted on our projects, and that but we continue to work with local hire and small businesses. With the suspension list, I'm going to have Franklin elaborate on that a little bit more. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Mr. Carpenter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For a contractor to be suspended by the Housing Corporation is really a last resort. We make every effort to work with them to take corrective action on whichever contract they're involved in. However, if it comes to a serious point where it's impacting our clients, whether it's safety issues or heating issues or something like that, we will follow the steps and verbal warnings to written warnings, and then place them on a suspension for a certain time period. We always encourage and work with those contractors on the way they could get back the ability to do our work by demonstrating. We'll probably give them some small contracts after their suspension period. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Carpenter. Member for Hay River South.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm curious to know if with respect to that is you're in a small community. You've got limited number of people there with looking after the projects with a limited, I guess, experience. So to get on that list, I guess, I'm wondering if it's an issue with heating, do you have a heating specialist there? If it's to do with electricity, does the same guy who has the heating expertise decide whether it's electrical or whether it's carpentry or whatever? How do you, I guess, I'm just trying to figure out who actually makes that call on when it comes to the actual suspension. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member for Hay River South. Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I understand that, the question that we do have people working in an isolated communities and a determination of the quality of work that is being presented. We do have technical advisors at the regional, at the district level that do follow up with the contracts, and we do educate and support them through the lifetime of the contract. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Next on my list is Member for Inuvik Twin Lakes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just one of the questions, I know that it was brought up under the minor modernization and improvement because of the large infrastructure. Can the minister confirm where that large infrastructure is?
Thank you, Member for Inuvik Twin Lakes. Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will just have the Vice President for Finance and Infrastructure Services to respond. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Mr. Martin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, so the large building that we have on the radar at this time for demolition next year is the Inuvik Sydney Apartments. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Martin. Member for Inuvik Twin Lakes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Knowing that what we know that we have a shortage of single units and possibly a lot of people that could afford single units at a market rent, was there ever an opportunity to put this building up for sale first before demolition? Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Inuvik Twin Lakes. Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm familiar with the Sydney Apartments is what you're speaking of. That it did end up becoming an item that was up for sale at some point, and we did think of an initiative to going forward and working with that building, and we did recognize that there are a need for one-bedroom apartments. I will have acting President, CEO to Franklin to respond. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Mr. Carpenter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We do have, as Mr. Martin has mentioned, we do have a budget set aside to demolish that property. However, we have heard there might be some interest, so we're going to go out one last time and advertise it for see what response we get, and if we don't get a response to repurpose that building or reuse it for some other reason, we will proceed down the demolition route. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Carpenter. Member for Inuvik Twin Lakes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just since we're going down that area, I know in my community there are other units that are on the future to be demolished, and I'm just wondering, I know probably some time ago the same units they did sell, the lot sold, families are still living in those units that are privately sold. I'm just wondering if there's a reason why those units haven't been put up for sale as well, and I'm looking at the multi-builds that are down in my riding. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member for Inuvik Twin Lakes. Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just need clarification. So are these vacant multi-built houses in the members' riding? Is that clear?
Thank you, Minister. Member.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, these are vacant I think they're shut down, vacant multi-builts. In the past few years, they've been renovated, they have brand new siding, they have new windows, and then they are sitting empty and now are being slated, I'm understanding from a briefing that I got, that they're to be possibly torn down. So I'm just wondering if there's an opportunity to sell them that people in my community would, with low income that may meet that threshold, want to buy those before we tear them down after we spent money on putting new siding and new windows and stuff on them. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member for Inuvik Twin Lakes, Minister responsible for the Housing Corporation.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would have to get back to the member because I'm a little bit confused that I don't know if these areas are meant for, because we do have RCMP units that are coming up and we do need to build in the communities. And I believe that Inuvik is getting 17, I'm assuming. 17 units? Yeah, 17 units. So I just need to be clear on where these units are, and if they were renovated, and if we don't have anybody living in them, and if they were vacant, I need to verify if the Housing Corporation, if we are the owners of these units, or if they're potential sales. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Inuvik Twin Lakes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The reason why I'm addressing it is because it's been asked, and I've asked the Housing Department why there's empty. These were come back from your department, from the Housing Corporation Department, that they are slotted to be torn down. And I just feel like there's sometimes we can make some money off these, even if we need the lots for different functions. Would they be considered to be sold? Because there are companies and people that may buy them and move them and put them somewhere else. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member for Inuvik Twin Lakes. Minister responsible for the Housing Corporation.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would have to follow up with the member because I would like to see where these units are located, and I would like to verify the location and the condition of these units. And if we do own them, then I would get back to the member to see what's the plans going forward for them. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Inuvik Twin Lakes.
Thank you. I'm good.
Okay, thank you. Next on my list, Member for Trinidad-Welliday.
Mr. Madam Chair, if I could turn your attention to page 363, I had a question on heating fuel. I noticed from the actuals from a couple of years ago now to the mains, there hasn't been much change in that. I know that heating fuel is very expensive in a lot of the small communities. I'm just wondering why this number is staying the way it is, and does the minister believe this will be adequate to help out our small communities with their heating? Mr. Chauve.
Thank you, Member for Trinidad-Welliday, Minister of N.W.T Housing Corporation.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was too eager to answer the question. So I see that like our heating fuel subsidy, our program that is available within the Housing Corporation. I look at the programs that are available for this program to go forward and the criteria that is expected of it. I'm gonna have Jim elaborate on the dollar amounts and to reflect the member's question. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Mr. Martin. I did hear the question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, the Housing Corporation at this time has maintained the current budget at the same level as the previous year for the heating fuel requirements. In the past, our expenditures actually were up around that range a couple of years ago. So we have, obviously been pleased that the fuel rates have been somewhat lower than they were a few years ago, but we do want to, our recommendation and how we've established this budget is to keep the budget consistent for the time being, to ensure that we have those dollars sufficiently in place to deal with future fuel rate increases. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Martin. Member for Trinidad-Welliday.
Mr. Madam Chair, Mr. for that answer. I just want to make sure I get this straight. As part of this line item, the seniors' home heating fuel subsidy is part of that program as well?
Thank you, member for Toonaday-Willowday, Minister of N.W.T. Housing Corp.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The program that we're talking about is for public housing units. I'll have Mr. Carpenter elaborate on the response. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Mr. Carpenter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As the Minister indicated, this whole section deals with our inventory of rental units. Particularly, a majority of them are public housing units, and we have some units that we rent as market units. The heating fuel in here is the costs we pay for those rental units. It doesn't deal with any of our programming or the programming the member alluded to that's delivered through ECE, ECE. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Carpenter. Member for Toonaday-Willowday.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for that answer. I'm moving on. I'm looking at also another item here is the rent supplement leasing. This number has seemed to have fluctuated in the last couple of years. Can the Minister just explain to me what this rent supplement leasing is, and is this final number going to be adequate for this fiscal year? Thank you.
Thank you, member for Toonaday-Willowday, Minister of N.W.T. Housing Corp.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is a program that is utilized, majority of it is utilized in Yellowknife. So we don't have a number of public housing units that we currently have to meet the needs of the city. So this is a supplementary program that is used here to take care of the first month's rent and the damage deposit. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Toonaday-Willowday.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for the response from the Minister. So what I'm gathering here, there isn't a whole lot of access to the small community, so this is mostly a Yellowknife program. So is that what the Minister's telling me?
Thank you, member for Toonaday-Willowday, Minister of N.W.T. Housing Corp.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would just like to clarify, my apologies to the member, that I was looking at the program delivery that we have within the Northwest Territories Housing Corporation, and this is actually like our community housing services. My apologies. I'm going to have Mr. Carpenter elaborate on this because it actually has to do with our department. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Mr. Carpenter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The rent supplement leasing refers to units that we rent off private developers that we utilize as public housing. We own a majority of our units in our public housing program, but we still, for the major centers where we require more units, we actively rent those units. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Carpenter. Member for Toonaday-Willowday.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I still didn't quite, what I'm hearing right now still is that this is mainly a Yellowknife program. Is there still access for people in the regional centers and the smaller communities for this program? Or is there a lot of the money, this money being used for those areas? Mr. Joe.
Thank you, member for Toonaday-Willowday, Minister of N.W.T. Housing Corporation.
I hope I can, thank you, Madam Chair. I hope I can clarify this for the member, but it's, I just want to give like a really strong example of, we have limited public housing units available throughout the Northwest Territories. So the Housing Corporation actually leases out of private markets, I guess, and that we do have apartments that are within an apartment building, and the Housing Corporation leases a bunch of those apartment buildings within that from a private owner, and we lease those out as public housing units. So for an example, just to elaborate 2 more seconds, is that if we're in an apartment building, the person rents $2,500, they could be downstairs paying $70 because it's a Housing Corporation unit. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Toonaday-Willowday. Member for Tabacha.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I just want some, first of all, I want to make a statement on housing. Housing is probably the most critical thing that in the Northwest Territories as an issue, and I want to clarification on the co-investment fund for partnerships. Could you clarify that if a partnership is like the Salt River First Nation or the Fort Smith Métis Nation And if they went and put a proposal together, Madam Chair, would they be entitled to the co-investment fund if they wanted to build, say, 10 units for their membership? I just want clarification on that, please.
Thank you, Member for Tabacha. Minister of N.W.T. Housing Corporation.
Madam Chair, yes, that is correct. If the Salt River wanted to put forward an application for the co-investment fund, that is correct. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, thank you, Minister. Member for Tabacha.
I also, Madam Chair, would like to ask a question on the home ownership program. The lease to own is, how do they determine the assessment, the value of the actual home ownership program? On the assessment value of the community, the municipality, or how is that determined if an individual wants to enter into the home ownership program? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member from Tabacha. Minister of N.W.T. Housing Corporation.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll have Mr. Carpenter elaborate on the home ownership program, as it does come with certain details, I guess. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Mr. Carpenter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As part of our objective to get more people into private home ownership, we've got this initiative called the Lease to Own that we're going to make available our detached inventory of public housing units available to tenants that have steady and stable incomes that want to enter into home ownership. The way we assess the value is we have an internal assessment calculator that we use. It's largely based on the age of the unit. Our inventory, as many may know, is that's fairly aged, so the value of these units is commonly not very high, and we would also apply current programming to that to assist these tenants to become homeowners. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Carpenter. Member for Tabacha.
So I also want to have clarification on the RCMP units that are being allocated for the community of Fort Smith. I'm wondering if, Madam Chair, if I need clarification on are they going to be demolished, or are they going to be going into other lots? Because the units are in good condition, and I would like to see the units, if they come under the housing corporation or the housing authority or whatever way they're going to dispense of these units, that they are divided between the Fort Smith Métis Nation and the Salt River First Nation, because it's mostly in the rental units, they're mostly Indigenous.
Thank you, Member for Tabacha. Minister of N.W.T. Housing Corp.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In regards to the old RCMP units that are there, they do have their own procurement process that they follow. And I just want to elaborate a little bit that we did have some units that went up for sale in Norman Wells, but they ended up going over to the Indigenous groups. So I'm not too sure what their process would be, but that I wouldn't be able to speak to. I'm not too sure what their plans are for the older units. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. And I'm just going to clarify, sorry, if the RCMP units, this would be under program, is it it's a different item just because we're talking about the community housing? So just, if there's further questions on the RCMP housing, is it under the programs and district operations? Can the minister clarify, or Minister?
Eventually be made.
Identified in our main estimates because it's a oh, sorry, Madam Chair, sorry. Okay, sorry. It's not identified in our main estimates because it is a federal program that's coming forward, and that going forward we will be identifying them because we would be, Housing Corporation would be the department that would be administering them. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, so just to clarify, this is not in, the RCMP are not in our main estimates. Okay. Member for Tabacha, do you have any further questions?
I'm very much about accountability and transparency. And I want to just ensure, Madam Chair, that with the local housing authority, that we ensure that the needs of the community and service from management at the local housing authority is that they serve the public, and I want to ensure that the Madam Chair, that all the programs and services that are offered by the local housing authority should be advertised.
Thank you, Member for Tabacha. Minister for N.W.T Housing Corporation.
Madam Chair, yes, I will ensure that the programs that we have at the local housing authority and at the district level, that they are advertised. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Tabacha.
Done.
Are there any further questions under Community Housing Services? Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Is this the part of the Housing Corp budget where the community housing plans would be found? Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member for Frame Lake. Minister. Minister of N.W.T Housing Corporation.
Madam Chair, it is not in this section. We're still in community housing services. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Madam Chair. So which section is it found in? Thanks.
Thank you, Member for Frame Lake. Minister of N.W.T Housing Corp.
Chair, it is in the next section, executive activity.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Can the Minister tell us, thank you for that information, can the Minister tell us how many technical advisors the Housing Corporation has in his, thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member for Frame Lake. Minister of N.W.T Housing Corp.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would have to get back with the member on the amount of technical advisors we have throughout the territory. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Yeah, I'm just looking at the organizational chart in the front. Is it fair to say that there's a technical advisor for each of the districts? Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member for Frame Lake. Minister of N.W.T Housing Corp.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, that is correct. We have technical advisors in each of the district offices.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Has there been any changes in staffing levels for the technical advisors? Thanks. Or the reduction in positions? Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member for Frame Lake. I'm just going to, there is this activity, I think it's 4 activities down, that goes through district operations, and I'm thinking that technical advisors would be under district operations staffing. So would you want to keep your questions until we get to that activity? Thank you. Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Yeah, I'm happy to do that. I was just trying to pick up on my colleague's questions. My colleague from Hay River South, because he had some questions about technical advisors, and I guess I just want to get some assurance that there's a proper level of resources given to the Housing Corporation so that communities, regions can get the maintenance work done on the units. And if it's not in this section, I can ask elsewhere. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member for Frame Lake. Minister of N.W.T Housing Corp.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just take that as a comment that he'll wait until we get to the appropriate section.
Thank you, Minister. So so this section, just for my clarification, so that if there's any further questions, this is for the local housing authorities and their maintenance and their costs and their units, just to be clear, so we can stay on the right activity. The low-cost housing, some people, okay, thank you. So we'll move on then to Member for N.W.T.
Thank you, Madam Chair. No, just in regards to picking up off of the RCMP housing units in the communities. So, you want me to go ahead, Madam Chair? See your hand up.
The RCMP units are not in this budget because they're not built and they're not part of their budget till next year. Is my clarification that we got. Thank you. Member for N.W.T.
I just want clarification, letting them know that we want those RCMP houses for my community. So I know Frida just said it. I just want to let it be known for the record that we need those houses. We're short houses and...
That's why you ran back.
I did, yeah. I had 2 calls I had to do. But no, just in regards to that, low rental housing, we don't have enough of them in our communities. One single bedroom and 2-bedroom multiplex style housing units. So I'm wondering if, like in the communities that I represent, in N.W.T, say for Polituck, for Tuck, for Ulukaktuk, are there any plans to build in like our 5 or 6 plexes in the community? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member for N.W.T. I'll start your time now. Minister of N.W.T Housing Corp.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Right now, currently, we have a completion of a Tuktoyaktuk triplex that is to be completed May 1st, 2020 of this year. And we have a completion of a 4-plex that is to be done in Polituck, June 1st, 2020. Going forward, I don't have a list of the infrastructure projects that are going forward, but I'll have Mr. Martin elaborate on those activities. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Mr. Martin.
All right, thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, so for the outlook for next year, the Housing Corporation is planning to deliver a new public housing duplex in Ulukaktuk. We're also looking at delivering a new home. This is a single-family, multi-generational home in Tuktoyaktuk, and that's our second new construction planned for 2021 in the communities mentioned. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Martin. Member for N.W.T.
Madam Chair, just in regards to that, I wonder if there's any thought given into putting like a fourplex, a single dwelling units, like for a 1-bedroom apartment, because we have young families in my ridings, and it's just like staying with families. It's pretty tough on everybody. So to try to alleviate the pressure in regards to that, so I'm just wondering, instead of building a house in Tuck, I mean, could we put another 4-plex in the community if it's possible, or something, same thing for Polituck. Like, we're really needing not single dwelling houses, we need multiplexes, because the young families that are having babies now and creating their own families but nowhere to go. Thank you. And there's no rental houses, private rental ownership or private rental units in the communities. So this will alleviate some pressure because the lists are so long, so if that's possible, any thought given into it, because we're still a year out on it. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member for N.W.T. Minister for N.W.T Housing Corporation.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The delivery of public housing units is completed by an assessment in the need for each community in each district. I'm just going to have Mr. Carpenter elaborate on the project for N.W.T. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Mr. Carpenter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Definitely the need for singles, particularly public housing, is on our radar. because the amount of applicants is a majority of them is for single units. We are looking at that for our future plans to get units that are specific for seniors, or for singles, whether they're bachelor units or one-bedroom units in multiplex format. However, we're not there yet with our planning. But just to go back to when we talked about promoting home ownership, I know it sounds like we're just doing one home, but this is a real exciting project for us where we're building a 3-bedroom home or a 4-bedroom home where 1 bedroom is barrier-free on the main floor. And what that's targeted at our public housing clients that have steady and stable income that can go into that unit. So we're really hopeful that a family and perhaps somebody in a senior's home moves into those units once they're constructed. We want to get back into home ownership with these types of houses. We haven't done that really since the mid-90s when we used to be in a previous program that was quite popular. So we're excited. We want to get back into those types of projects. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Carpenter. Member for N.W.T.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So the CMHC, like once we sell it, like every house, I guess in the housing corporation is for sale. In regards to people that could that want to purchase their housing that they're living in, is that correct, Madam Chair? Thank you.
Thank you, Member for N.W.T. Minister of N.W.T. Housing Corporation.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm emphasizing on detached units. These are not multiplexes or sixplexes. It's detached units that we are interested in selling. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Sorry, I'll have Mr. Carpenter elaborate on the program. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Mr. Carpenter.
Yes, we have really good, thank you, Madam Chair. In our public housing program right now, we have a really good a system where we track our tenants and their incomes and things like that. And as the Minister said, we're looking at our detached units that have that type of tenant in there, where it would make sense that if you meet the minimum income to go in to become a homeowner. We're going to do everything we can to make that happen for you. What that does for us is as we move more people into these detached units, we could look at future replacement units with those conditions that maybe it's more seniors or more singles in modern multiplex configurations. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Carpenter. Member for N.W.T.
Madam Chair, just in regards to that, so when we build these units and the detached units that are sold to the clients in the communities that can buy the fuel, pay the power and stuff like that, are these units taken out of our system, and then does CMHC give you the opportunity to get another unit to replace that unit in that community? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member for N.W.T. Minister of N.W.T. Housing Corporation.
Looking at, I guess maybe refurbishing the current stock that we have, because we do have aging public housing units. This is an initiative going forward. I'm going to have Mr. Carpenter elaborate on the program. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Mr. Carpenter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We do have an agreement with CMHC that provides operating money for our public housing units. It doesn't apply to all of our public housing units. There's some units we operate on our own with funding we receive from the government. It's a complex process if there's CMHC money involved in a unit we're trying to sell, but we work our way through it in the best interest of the client. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Carpenter. Member for N.W.T.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, no, just in regards to that, I mean, when we're looking at the broader picture in regards to the planning of new housing units going into the communities, I think what they should be doing with the ministers is coming into the community and like the housing stock that they do have. Like, you know, we buy a lot of doors, we buy a lot of windows, we buy, you know, to try to keep those places warm. Like I said before, 80s, 90s, and and 2000. Like some of our units, we have old units in my riding. So the monies that they're putting forward and the house planning that they do have, they should be looking at replacing, not so much replacing, but getting units that's needed in the community, like single, double apartment buildings. But that's more of a comment. I thank you for the work that you're doing. So thank you.
Thank you, member from N.W.T. Moving on to member for Cam Lake. Oh, do you have a state minister?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to conclude with the member's comment is that that's the purpose of our community plans, is to identify the core needs and the needs within a community and what it is that they want us to build as within the community. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Just in regards to CMHC funding and the declining O&M support, I'm wondering, for a long time now, we have held the cap of housing units within Housing Corp at the 2,800 unit mark. I'm wondering if that number and figure out how we could go about increasing the amount of public housing that we do have within the Northwest Territories, because we know that we're not meeting our housing needs currently within the Northwest Territories. Thank you.
Thank you, member for Cam Lake. Minister for N.W.T. Housing Corporation.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, member, for your comment. And I do realize that we do have the 2,800 units, and it just looks like it's as if it's a cap. But I don't want to look at it like that. That we're looking at the home ownership program, and we're wanting to, I guess, recycle those units and move forward from it. The co-investment fund plays a significant role in this. So looking at Indigenous partnerships and stakeholders that we'd be able to partner with them and create more units going forward. I'll pass the comment on for further clarification to Mr. Carpenter. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Mr. Carpenter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The real answer on why we haven't expanded is cost. It's very expensive for us to operate and maintain a public housing unit. It typically ranges around $20,000 a year. We do need more. Our waiting list across the territories for public housing is over 950 right now. As I said before, our programming is different for major centers as they have other housing options that might be available to people. Where we're really stuck is in what we call the rural and remote communities, the small communities where there's limited options, there's limited incomes, and right now we're sitting with about 333 applicants there. We've heard situations where people have sat on that list for a very long time. It's those areas that will continue. The minister has directed us to continue our efforts with Canada as a partnership to try to address that. We haven't really expanded our portfolio since the mid-90s, so this is something we'll have to keep working on. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Carpenter. Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I'm wondering if the Minister can speak to how the Housing Corporation works alongside the Department of Education, Culture and Employment, given that their housing programming and income assistance programming are really tightly connected from the user's perspective. Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Cam Lake. Minister of N.W.T. Housing Corporation.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Within our departments, we see a lot of collaboration going forward, and there's a lot of similarities. We do have similarities as well with the Department of Health, and we are working towards an initiative of how we are going to be working with our clients going forward and try to simplify and clarify that what programs and services are available to the public. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Just in working with constituents, I've noticed that there is some overlap, and there are definitely similarities between the information that we collect from people from a housing standpoint, from a health standpoint, from an income assistance standpoint, but very much so from a housing and income assistance standpoint. So I'm wondering if there is an appetite with housing to work closely with education, culture, and employment to make that access and the reporting structures a lot more user-friendly for the client. Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Cam Lake. Minister of N.W.T. Housing Corporation.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Absolutely, there is an appetite to work closely with my colleague and looking at the structure of programs that we do offer within the Northwest Territories Housing Corporation. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Looking at page 363 under minor modernization and improvements to units, it's notable that that number has significantly gone up this year. What can we expect to see as far as how that will play out in public housing units? Where will that money go? Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Cam Lake. Minister for N.W.T. Housing Corporation.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Looking at this significant change in the numbers, I'll have Mr. Martin elaborate on the response. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Mr. Martin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We certainly do note that there has been an increase from 1920 to 2021. And the areas that were noted, we are setting aside about $1.1 million for additional demolition work in 2021. We're looking at additional investment in minor modernization and improvement repairs for local housing organizations, additional collective bargaining funding for local housing organizations. We're looking at $250,000 additional funding or additional dollars for designated substance surveys, which are pre-environmental assessment work basically to support our modernization and improvement projects. Those are the main increases. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Martin. Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Given that some of these improvements are things that will make hopefully units more cost-effective to run because they are more energy efficient, will we end up seeing a difference going forward in the cost of utilities for public housing units? Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Cam Lake. Minister of N.W.T. Housing Corp.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I hope we're able to see a difference in because we do build and we are renovating to be more energy efficient within our public housing units. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you.
For the N.W.T. Housing Corporation Community Housing Services. If not, please turn to page 363. N.W.T. Housing Corporation Community Housing Services Operations Expenditure Summary 2020-2021 main estimates, $58,268,000. Does committee agree? Thank you, committee. Now we will be going over to page 365, N.W.T. Housing Corporation Executive, with information items up to 367. Are there any questions under the executive? Member for Hay River South.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just looking at page 365, where it states that the executive there manages the implementation of the government's direction related to housing services. Can the minister tell me what is the direction she received from this government with respect to delivery of services? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Hay River South. Minister of N.W.T. Housing Corporation.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's within our mandate letter. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Hay River South.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Is it possible for the minister to expand on that for the people of the N.W.T. to hear? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member for Hay River South. Minister of N.W.T. Housing Corporation.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm just going to have Mr. Carpenter elaborate on the question. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Mr. Carpenter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's really the items that are set out in the mandate priorities, which was, increase the stock of the affordable housing units of 100 units over 4 years. We have the transition of 100 individuals to ownership, increased seasonal part-time employment, developing skills of community trade people, increased availability of childcare spaces, I suppose, increased supports for seniors, and improved services for individuals with addictions to return to their communities. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Carpenter. Member for Hay River South.
Thank you, Madam Chair. With respect to the strategic and operational direction, has the department put something together in writing with respect to that strategic and operational planning? Is there a plan in place, or are they working on something? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Hay River South, Minister of N.W.T. Housing Corporation.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We are working towards our annual business plan right now, and it's not complete. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Hay River South.
Thank you, Madam Chair. With respect to qualitative and quantitative research that's being done, what is the criteria for that, and has it changed over the years, or do we just follow the same process year after year? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member for Hay River South. Minister of N.W.T. Housing Corporation.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll have Mr. Martin elaborate on the response. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Mr. Martin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Housing Corporation does undertake numerous studies year to year to inform our investments, to inform our program renewal efforts. Examples would be the recent seniors planning study that was completed. That's a study that identified a number of areas that could certainly benefit from additional investment in seniors housing, so we're certainly taking that into account. We also participate with the Statistics Bureau every 4 years, complete the core needs survey. Again, this is a very important document for the corporation to inform our work and our efforts. We also undertake a range of technical studies as well and research with various parties such as CMHC and NRCan. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Martin. Member for Hay River South.
Thank you, Madam Chair. With respect to technical studies, I know the Housing Corporation is always looking at ways to improve efficiencies with respect to heat loss and that type of thing. I guess you do studies as well to see the cost of doing nothing versus the cost of making the changes. Is there a big cost savings between doing nothing and just leaving houses as they are? Because I look at it and you've got a cost of maybe, if you have some high-end equipment and you've got to fly people in from Yellowknife to fix it, on and on, there's that cost associated as well. So I'm always skeptical that by making something energy efficient, you've got mold problems, you've got all these other things. So is it advantageous for us to actually go above and beyond with the technical aspect of housing? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member for Hay River South. Minister of N.W.T. Housing Corporation.
Madam Chair, I want to say absolutely, because we do deal with and we do have clients within the higher part of the Arctic, and we do have to invest into these into our public housing units to making sure that they're cost effective and that they're affordable. But as we go forward and looking at these units, it does cost the Housing Corporation quite a bit to maintain. And looking at the future development, like we're looking at wanting to set our clients up for home ownership. So I hear the members' comments is that are we going to weigh this out? But we work with what we have and we try to enhance for the betterment of the Northwest Territories and our clients. I'll have Mr. Carpenter elaborate on the question, on the response. Thank you, Madam.
Thank you, Minister. Mr. Carpenter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In terms of the the technologies and systems we use nowadays, the member is right. We really have to be careful of over designing or the types of new technologies we put in, because they have to be able to be serviced by our staff or even in the communities. There's a lot of new technology out there that is really sophisticated. Some of it's really complex to maintain. Some of it's tough to get parts for. So we watch all those. And even with our ventilation systems, it takes an education component for our tenants, our clients, to utilize those systems to deal with moisture in their houses that may cause mold and those types of things. So those are things when we're designing new buildings or new programming, we really have to take into account those types of things, that we're doing the right thing with those technologies and building styles. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Carpenter. Member for Hay River South.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You had mentioned earlier, had discussed rent subs. Can the minister tell me if there's been a comparison done, I guess, between rent subs and the cost of rent subs and N.W.T. owned structures, and if there's, if it's cheaper one way or the other? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member for Hay River South. Minister of N.W.T. Housing Corporation.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll have Mr. Carpenter elaborate on the rent subs and the differences between the rent subs and becoming a homeowner. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Just to clarify, is that was what you were asking? Member for Hay River South.
Yeah, my understanding is that, thank you, Madam Chair. My understanding is that the rent subs are buildings that are owned by a third party, and then you have the housing corporation owned. I just want to know the comparison cost between operating or maintaining those two. Is it cheaper to just get people to build you units and rent it off them? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member for Hay River. Minister for N.W.T. Housing Corporation.
Madam Chair, thank you, Member, for clarifying your question. I'll have Mr. Carpenter respond. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Mr. Carpenter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In terms of the volume of our inventory, the amount of owned units we have are 2,644, and the amount of units we lease are 200. So it's really a small portion, and it's likely that in the coming years you will see that 200 diminish. It's just it's easier maintenance on our units, that it's better. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Carpenter. Member for Hay River South.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just one last question here, and that's dealing with, or my understanding is that that a lot of the employees in housing are currently aging, and they're going to be retiring. So plans does the corporation have in place to bring on new recruits? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member for Hay River South. Minister of N.W.T. Housing Corporation.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I recognize that as well, too. I'll have Mr. Carpenter elaborate on that response. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Mr. Carpenter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The member is correct. We have a lot of staff we have 128 positions that operate public housing for us throughout the territories, and a lot of them are long tenured, some of them in excess of 35 years, long-term employees. In terms of succession planning, we are in constant communication with them about when they're planning to retire. For our maintenance side, we have a heavy focus on apprenticeships in those areas. So, thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Carpenter. I will move on to Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess I'd begin with why does the Northwest Territorial Housing Corporation not have a board?
Thank you, Member for Yellowknife North. Minister of N.W.T. Housing Corporation.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll revert this question over to Mr. Martin. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Mr. Martin.
All right, thank you, Madam Chair. Well, looking back a few years ago, the Housing Corporation did have a board. However, at the time, there was studies done and there was some organizational changes made that resulted in the Housing Corp reporting directly to the Minister. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Martin. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's an odd theme of our government that we consistently demand to give up less power, and whether it be the Power Corp being run by boards or the Aurora College getting rid of its board altogether, and now also the Housing Corp. And I guess this isn't, my problem is this, with all due respect, this is not a question for staff, this is a question for the Minister. I mean, her staff's not in a position of whether to change the governance structure. That's only something that we've done at the political level. So my question, would the Minister be willing to look into reinstating a board for the Northwest Territories Housing Corporation?
Thank you, Member for Yellowknife North. Minister of N.W.T. Housing Corporation.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It would be something that I would just, I would like to just take a look at and see how active we were when the boards existed, what decisions were made, what programs were happening at that time compared to how effective that they actually would be in this time. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for N.W.T. Housing Corporation. Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I appreciate the Minister looking into that. I do think there's some very large structural governance issues with the Housing Corporation that will require political restructuring. Onto that, we have local housing authorities, all of whom have boards. And there's always this trade-off. The more local control we give to the housing authorities, we get better decisions on the ground, but each of those costs us money to run. We also know they're not exactly the best at collecting rent. Is the Minister planning on looking at the governance structure of the housing authorities across the territory?
Thank you, Member for Yellowknife North. Minister of N.W.T. Housing Corporation.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I recognize that this was a concern like throughout the Northwest Territories and how the boards do program deliver at the community level, but then yet we're looking at communities making decisions on their own. And we're looking at them structuring on their own and telling, with my leadership, I want to go down, up, for the community members to tell the government what it is that they want, instead of the government coming forward and say, this is what we're going to give you. And so it opens up the table for discussion. I'm quite interested because, times have changed and we do have some scenarios that are happening at the community level that would need a little bit more support. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Yellowknife North.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I guess one of my concerns with the local housing authorities is that in many communities you have the housing authorities, you have the Indigenous government, you have the municipal government. We essentially have, 3 or 4 voices who you could define as the community. And I know we're developing a number of community housing plans. I'm supportive of those. I think the first one we've seen is, it's definitely a step in the right direction. But in part of those community housing plans, would the Minister be looking at changing governance models? I think there's potential here to essentially get rid of some of the local housing authorities, pass over the funding to Indigenous governments. Is that something we'd be looking at in those community housing plans?
Thank you, Member for Yellowknife North. Minister of N.W.T. Housing Corporation.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is an approach that we've already initiated throughout the Northwest Territories, and we have working groups with the Clecho right now that has been quite successful, where they've identified housing needs and programs within their area, and also with Delaney has approached us as well too. They're a self-governing community, but we haven't had very much interest in communities wanting to draw down like they're not wanting to take over the housing initiative and the housing program. It's time coming, but we're there working and educating them on what it takes to program deliver the Housing Corporation, and I do realize that we do have the Indigenous groups, the municipalities, but to be honest, we haven't had very much interest. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Yellowknife North.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I'm aware, it's Indigenous governments will take on powers when they want, but I wouldn't be interested in, I don't think anyone would be interested in taking on housing without the money there, and we all know that it's a struggle, but I think a lot of the Indigenous governments are capable of doing this and would if they knew they were also going to get the funding that the local housing authorities get. So would the minister be willing to take a bit of a proactive approach here and make offers regarding, what we would actually offer to fund the Indigenous governments, because to just download housing but not give them any money is nonsensical.
Thank you, Member for Yellowknife North. Minister of N.W.T Housing Corporation.
Thank you, Madam Chair. With my experience that I've worked with some of the self-government initiatives throughout the Northwest Territories, and to be honest, the housing is not even, it's considered, but it's more wanting to be supportive. I feel, not that I feel, but I see that the Territories is kind of reluctant, and with our programs and support that we have initiated the independence for stakeholders throughout the Northwest Territories through our program delivery, and that needs a lot of support as well too. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Yellowknife North.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I look forward to further discussions on this. I've spoken with a number of Indigenous governments who, if the housing corporation, they would gladly take that on, and they would go to CMHC and get better funding than us. So I'll continue to talk about this. I wanted to speak a bit about the cap on units. I know the minister doesn't like thinking of it as a cap, but that's simply what it is. I've heard a number of numbers. 2,400 units is what I understand our public housing, but I understand we managed around 2,800, but then I also heard 2,600. Can I just get some clarification on those different numbers I hear?
Thank you, Member for Yellowknife North. Minister of N.W.T Housing Corporation.
I'll have Mr. Carpenter elaborate on the amount of units and clarification on what it is that the Housing Corporation administers and how. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Mr. Carpenter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just to give the member the specifics on what we're operating is our public housing unit inventory that we're running right now is 2,418. And we also run some units under our affordable, what we call affordable housing, that we rent out as a home ownership type program at 221. And we have a portfolio of 190 units at what we call our market units. These are in communities where there's no private market. They're typically rented to teachers and nurses. So that should get us close to the 2,800 figure. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Carpenter. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do appreciate that breakdown, and I guess it wouldn't be fair for us when referring to the cap to include market, because if we can build more market housing and it pays for itself or even makes us money, then it's that's great. I guess my question is, I'm not satisfied with our current mandate commitment, which says we'll build 100 units if we can convince 100 people to get units. And in many of the communities, a house is not an investment, it's a depreciating asset, and we're just passing on, something that will never increase in value to a person. When I question whether that's ethical or something we even want to do in non-market communities. But I guess the heart of this matter is Nunavut's building hundreds of new units. They've managed to get money out of CMHC. They've managed to surpass their cap. So will the Minister of Housing meet with the appropriate minister in Ottawa and try to get us above this 2,400 unit cap?
Thank you. Member for Yellowknife North. Minister of N.W.T Housing Corporation.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I actually had made a trip down to Ottawa in February, and I wanted to just elaborate on that trip a little bit, that I did identify the housing needs and for the Northwest Territories, and I also did meet with the housing minister for Nunavut as well too, and looking at the support that we have in the Northwest Territories, that they do have an advocacy group where they do have ITK. In the Northwest Territories, we have our Indigenous Indigenous groups, but it's challenging to get them all together to lobby at the same time so that we're able to achieve a certain amount of federal dollars coming forward. But going forward, I have instructed my staff to make their way down to Ottawa and lobby as well too. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. I have member for Yellowknife Centre.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I have questions that follow along from my colleague, the member for Yellowknife North. I know that the Housing Corporation has invested money in research such as the seniors study and the core and the community survey, which includes the housing need numbers, and that they are now investing in community plans. And my specific question is, how does funding relate to the results of all of these studies? So the senior study says we need more seniors housing. The community survey shows more housing need than in 2019 than 2014. I'm going to say the community plans are going to say we need more houses. So how is the study going to be related to the funding for the results? Thank you.
Thank you, member for Yellowknife Centre. Minister of N.W.T. Housing Corporation.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I know that is a lot of studies that we've done, but they've been done over a significant amount of years. But looking at the changing of the wants in the communities, what we could identify that the community is wanting to build, we have a different approach. It's more, we want the information from the community to determine what it is that we're going to be putting on the ground. It could either be from, maybe they want home ownership or home repair, or do they want public housing units? That's what that study determines. And if we're going to be going in and we're going to be building a bunch of market units and putting them in the communities, is that community going to actually be able to afford those units? And looking at the cost of living as well too, and really trying to structure how we're going to program deliver through the Northwest Territories. Those plans really identify what is needed throughout the territory. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Yellowknife Centre.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate the answer from the Minister, but we actually already have some documents that are current that show what's required, such as the community survey, which was done a year ago. It talks about housing that's unaffordable, needs repair, not large enough for the people. So how much more information, I just am not getting my head around how much more information you need in order to make the investments that will produce more housing in the communities. Thank you.
Thank you, member for Yellowknife Centre. Minister of N.W.T. Housing Corporation.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just to give you when I went to Ottawa and I met with the Nunavut Minister for Housing, and he had a similar approach in looking at what is identified in the community and looking at what is feasible. Like these plans and these studies identify, like, are we going to be able to be energy efficient going forward? Are the people in a community, are they going to be able to afford the houses that we're putting on the ground? Are we going to be able to afford the houses going on the ground, and what style do we need? And I know it seems like there's a lot of reports, but then looking at what needs to be delivered, just for an example, that right now my member from N.W.T. had expressed that that they need duplexes, single units, but the Housing Corporation has come forward and we're putting in a multi-unit. So that is something where the community plan would have identified what style of houses are to be in that community and what is more cost effective if we were to build a triplex or else a duplex. Like I'm not too sure, but then just for an example, that's what I would rely on those plans for. And looking at the feasibility is and the amount of houses that we're going to be put on the ground. I want to get if we could stretch the dollar that we have. And if we are to be instructed by the community to say, well, we want a 9-plex, or no, we want to become homeowners, then it changes up the dynamic of the community. And we also look at the income and the amount of employment that is in that community. But I hope I answered your question, but I'm going to have Mr. Carpenter elaborate on it a little bit more. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Mr. Carpenter?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just in terms of those specific studies, they're very valuable to us in that it helps us plan where we're going to target our investments. For example, the senior study, we looked at it, and there's a couple of major centers that stuck out for us. Like the minister has given us direction that seniors is very important for the next 4 years for her, and two communities that stuck out for us is Yellowknife and Hay River. So that's two areas we're really going to look at. What can we do in terms of partnerships or programs, projects there over the next 4 years. The needs survey, same thing. Like we're waiting for the final results to get the core need numbers, but the study that came out had a couple of items that stuck out there too, which was affordability and adequacy. So when that comes out, we have to take a hard look at our programming to make sure it remains responsive to those types of issues. And the other one I mentioned earlier was we look at our waiting list. That really drives, when you see that the waiting list is dominated by singles, that really drives, we have to think about that. What can we do to address that and things like that? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Carpenter. Member for Yellowknife Centre.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. So my understanding is that there are community housing plans underway now. Can the minister tell us at what cost and when they will be completed? Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Yellowknife Centre. Minister of N.W.T. Housing Corporation.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll revert the question over to Mr. Martin. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Mr. Martin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For 2021, the Housing Corporation has set aside $336,000 to support a community planner for the corporation to support that activity in-house. We also have the balance of those dollars will be used to support engagement sessions with the various communities and associated promotion advertising. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Martin. Member for Yellowknife Centre.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I didn't get an answer to when the 33 plans are going to be finished. If I could ask that again, please.
Thank you, Member for Yellowknife Centre. Minister of N.W.T. Housing Corporation.
Sorry, I didn't answer that question. The 33 plans are to be done by the end of my term. I'm really pushing my department now to at least get a majority of them done by April, because my plan is that I need to submit something to Ottawa. I need these numbers. I need the studies done so I could present something when I get, I want to make my way down, and they're looking at their budget for November. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Yellowknife Centre.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, the sooner the better. What I hear is that people are caught in a more or less continuous cycle of study, which may be valuable to the Housing Corporation, but I'm going to say bluntly, is of questionable value to the end user, simply because I don't hear that there is in fact more housing. So in Yellowknife and Hay River, we need more housing for seniors. So I don't know of any projects that are going to be built this year for seniors. So I'm just going to ask one more time to go back up to my original question, which is how the studies actually relate to investing in housing. There just seems to be a disconnect there. We've got lots of information, but we don't have lots of end result for the people who are waiting for housing. Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Yellowknife Centre. Minister of N.W.T. Housing Corporation.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to quickly elaborate because I wanted to look at the structures that we've built that were determined by those plans going forward, and looking at I'm not going to look through my paperwork, but we went and looked at the study for seniors. So then we went and put seniors complexes in majority of the regions. So we're looking at that and trying to have them age in place, and looking at multi-built units that need to be established and put on the ground. And in Yellowknife specifically, majority of the units that are here are public housing, but then we do lease off of the private in the city. I'm going to have Mr. Carpenter elaborate on this a little bit more. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Mr. Carpenter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll speak to the item I should have elaborated on before, where we said that seniors study said that projects in Yellowknife and Hay River stuck out the most. And what that does for us is we're going to be reaching out now to different stakeholders in these two areas to see where we can help to get a project started up. Where I mentioned before that we've been successful with Canada to achieve a carve-off of the National Co-Investment Fund. That's going to be a really good program to leverage federal dollars, perhaps some So we'll be reaching out, seeking partnerships or encouraging partnerships for those types of things. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Carpenter. Committee, we will take a short recess and resume about 10 minutes. Thanks. All right, we're going to call committee back to order. And we are going to continue on where we were in N.W.T. Housing Corporation Executive Operation Expenditures Summary. Questions? Member for Tabacha.
So I just want to get, Madam Chair, I just want to ask a question. As you know, that the community of Fort Smith, or the constituency of Tabacha, is the standard of living is the lowest in the Northwest Territories to live. So we have a very aging population, and we have a lot of seniors in the community of Fort Smith. Therefore, I'm wondering why only Hay River and Yellowknife are included in that community planning policy that is being put together in these next couple of years. So I would like to ensure that consideration for the community of Fort Smith is also in the planning. Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Tabacha. Minister of N.W.T. Housing Corporation.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was under the impression that all 33 communities were going forward with the housing plans. I will have Jim elaborate on it a little bit more. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Mr. Martin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, so the Housing Corporation did undertake the seniors planning study. The phase one of that study, the focus was on Yellowknife and Hay River. There was some subsequent reviews done as well, more statistical type studies, analysis, tabletop analysis, but it is recognized that there is further research that will need to be drawn upon for the other communities. But at this stage, we have completed an in-depth review of Yellowknife and Hay River. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Martin. Member for Tabacha.
Madam Chair, I'm not really satisfied with that answer. We have a lot of retirees and aging population and seniors in the community of Fort Smith, and I would like to make sure that the Housing Corp would reconsider making sure that Fort Smith is part of that planning process and they're included.
Thank you, Member for Tabacha. Minister of N.W.T. Housing Corporation.
Thank you, Madam Chair. To elaborate on the response, I'm going to have Mr. Carpenter respond. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Mr. Carpenter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just in follow-up to what I said before about programming such as the co-investment fund, we said we would reach out to organizations in Yellowknife and in Hay River, but it doesn't mean we're just locked in on those two communities. We will reach out to communities or organizations in places like Fort Smith to not only promote the program, but see what interest is there as well to participate in seniors projects. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Carpenter. Member for Tabacha.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I know that the waiting list for senior units in Fort Smith is a long one. Some seniors have to wait a long time to get into one of those in the units, and many of the seniors in Fort Smith would prefer to be in their own units. And as I told you before, that there's a long waiting list, and sometimes it takes up to 2 years or so before they get into a unit. And so therefore I'm concerned about the availability of housing for seniors and our aging population in the community of Fort Smith.
Thank you, Member for Tabacha. Minister of N.W.T. Housing Corporation.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will follow up with the member in regards to the seniors available units in her riding. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Tabacha. Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I was told this was the place where I could ask about the community housing plans. The Minister said that there's 33 to be developed. How are the community housing plans going to be done in, say, the regional centres, including Yellowknife? Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Frame Lake. Minister of N.W.T. Housing Corporation.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm drafting and putting these community plans together. We have 13 participants so far, and we've completed one. My push is that I want majority of these community plans to be completed and done by August of this year. I'm going to have Mr. Martin elaborate on the community plans going forward. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Mr. Martin.
The dollar amount, I guess. Yeah.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, so as the Minister alluded to, the community housing plans are a priority for the corporation. We recognize the importance of what they're going to provide in terms of informing future investment and partnerships. So as the Minister mentioned, this will continue to be a top priority for the corporation, and our aim is to make significant progress between now and August, as the Minister alluded to. And certainly we'll continue to work with the communities and also take into consideration their needs in terms of timing, et cetera, as these plans unfold. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Martin. Minister of N.W.T. Housing Corp.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll have Mr. Carpenter elaborate on the community plans as well, too. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Mr. Carpenter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just in terms of the question related to our approach to working with major centres like Yellowknife, we would have to work with all the stakeholders involved, particularly the city, and we have to find out what our role is in they want us to play in that development of that plan. It might be a small one, it might be a major one, but we haven't yet determined that with the city. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Carpenter. Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I'd like to thank the last speaker who actually answered my question, which is about how there's going to be a different approach with, I'll call them the tax-based communities. So have there been any preliminary discussions with any of the tax-based communities about how they're going to approach developing the community housing plans? Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member for Frame Lake. Minister of N.W.T. Housing Corporation.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to have Mr. Carpenter elaborate on the answer. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Mr. Carpenter.
In terms of us reaching out or being contacted by the major centres, not yet. Right now, it's a new initiative for us that the ones that we've been dealing with have been actively coming forward to us. But what we're doing now is going to strengthen up our activity towards reaching out to all communities to see when they are, how interested they are to get this process going. But we haven't reached out to the major centres yet. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Carpenter. Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I guess I'm going to make a suggestion here to the Minister and her staff that schedule a work plan for getting all of these 33 done would be really helpful. I do, and I agree, I think approaching the tax-based municipalities is going to be a different kind of process and involve different partners and so on. You know, the City of Yellowknife has a homelessness strategy. They survey the number of homeless people in the community. There's quite a bit of work that the city's done. There's a lot of NGOs here in town that are doing work on this issue as well. So my suggestion to the Minister is to develop a timeline for this work to make sure it actually gets done and set out in there the different kinds of approaches they may need to take for the tax-based communities. I want to turn, though, to some of the numbers that are on page 366. So policy and planning, there's what looks like a large increase of $400,000 between 2019-20 and 2020-2021. And when I look down into the expenditure categories, it seems to be made up of an increase in compensation and benefits and travel. Those seem to be some of the major areas, contract services as well. Can someone tell me what's going on with this part of the Housing Corporation? That this is a relatively large increase in expenditures, and I'd like to know what this is related to. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member for Frame Lake. Minister of N.W.T. Housing Corporation.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to have the question reverted to Mr. Carpenter. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Mr. Carpenter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In terms of the major increase there, most of it is related to what we might have mentioned earlier, that we've put money into the set aside money there of over $236,000 for the community plan activity, and those are to support these community engagement costs. Part of that development of the community plan too is that we hire, whenever we get into a community, we make sure we hire somebody local to participate in that process. So it's a really community-driven process. The other funding that makes up that increase is, and we'll see it in a lot of our costs here, is forced growth increases related to the UNW collective bargaining process. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Carpenter. Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Madam Chair. That's a helpful explanation, and I certainly support the development of the community housing plans. This is the section of the Housing Corp budget that seems to deal with federal, provincial, territorial matters as well. So in November of 2018, the bilateral agreement with CMHC on the National Housing Strategy was signed by our government. I don't think I've seen an action plan that spells out how that money is going to be used. I thought that was a requirement of the funding agreement. So we're now a year and a half into this 9-year program, and I still haven't seen an action plan. When is the corporation going to have an action plan? Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member for Frame Lake. Minister of N.W.T. Housing Corporation.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In regards to the action plan that was developed in 2018, I'm going to have Mr. Carpenter elaborate on that.
Thank you, Minister. Mr. Carpenter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, we did sign our bilateral agreement with Canada in November 2018. Part of the requirements of all the bilaterals across Canada is that provinces or territories are obligated to develop 3-year action plans throughout the duration. We've been working on that since then. All of the provinces and territories have been. We're pleased to announce that we just got ours approved and signed off recently, and we plan to table that during this session so the members can see that action plan. That action plan includes priorities related to maintaining our existing social housing stock, repairing and replacing where possible, and there's some money in there for home ownership repairs as well. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Carpenter. Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Is there any money in there for new housing to be built and added to the stock? Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member for Frame Lake. Minister of N.W.T. Housing Corporation.
Not in this one. It's the one. Thank you, Madam Chair. I will have Mr. Martin elaborate on the question. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Mr. Martin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, so as Mr. Carpenter alluded to, in the action plan, there are a number of areas that we are planning to invest in. One of them is the repair and replacement of existing housing stock. So that would be an example of where we would be constructing new public housing, for example. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Martin. Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Yeah, I'm kind of anxious to see this plan. I wish that it had been shared even in draft form with regular MLAs before it had been signed off on. That's more of a comment than anything else. I would encourage the Minister to do that in the future. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member for Frame Lake. Are there any further questions under the N.W.T Housing Corporation Executive? Seeing none, okay. Let's see here. Northwest Territories Housing Corporation Executive Operations Expenditure Summary 2020-2021 main estimates $2,528,000. Does committee agree? Agreed. Thank you, committee. We will now move on to Finance and Infrastructure Services, beginning on page 368 with information items on 370 and 71. Questions? Cam Lake. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I'm wondering if the Minister can explain the first item on page 369, debt repayment, which has grown substantially since the 2018-19 actuals. Thank you. Thank you, Member for Cam Lake, Minister of N.W.T Housing Corp.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll have Mr. Martin elaborate on it. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Mr. Martin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The debt repayment component represents the annual debt payments that the Housing Corporation makes under the Social Housing Agreement. The components in there is both an interest component, which is approximately $370,000, as well as we do budget for the principal portion. So that is the balance of the $955,000. The previous year actuals, that represents a net amount of the debt payments. You can see that the actual payments in the previous year under mortgage payments social housing agreement, you'll see that that's $463,000. That represents the interest portion. From an audit standpoint, you report your expenditure for interest, but the principal portion would have been charged against the debt obligation. So what you're seeing here is just the interest portion. However, the Housing Corporation does budget for both because we do need the cash set aside in our fiscal framework to accommodate both payments. And the combination of the mortgage payment social housing agreement 463 in the previous actuals 18-19 are netted with the valuation allowance of $350,000. You'll see that there as a credit. Those two net together to give you the 100. And the 100, the valuation adjustment, just to explain that as well, the valuation adjustment represents an adjustment that was made on the mortgage receivable portfolio. This past year, the Housing Corporation's mortgage valuation improved. So it ended up being an offset to the expenditure. Lots of details, but that does explain the change. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Martin. Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. The next line item is Finance and Administration, and then the third is Financial Planning, which is broken away from Finance and Administration. I'm wondering if you can explain what is encompassed in that line item, please.
Thank you, Member for Cam Lake. Minister of N.W.T Housing Corporation.
Okay, all right. Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll have Jim elaborate on the response. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Mr. Martin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The financial planning section, we have two staff that are in that area. Their primary focus is to support the Housing Corporation in the development of our main estimates, supporting with the annual business planning process, as well as our capital planning process. So it's a focused shop, basically, in those areas. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Martin. Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you very much. Are these staff members also responsible for liaising with CMHC? Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Cam Lake. Minister of N.W.T Housing Corporation.
Thank you, Madam Chair. No, they're not. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Cam Lake.
Is there a staff member within the Housing Corp currently that liaises with CMHC and creates that relationship? And if so, what division are they found in? Thank you.
Thank you, Member from Cam Lake. Minister of N.W.T. Housing Corporation.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Currently, we don't have a position right now that deals directly with CMHC. It is the president that deals directly with them. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you very much. And in the absence of the president, would that be one of the vice presidents that would take control of that role? Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Cam Lake. Minister of N.W.T. Housing Corporation.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, that's correct.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Cam Lake.
Very much. I'm going to switch gears here a little bit and talk about waste management a little bit, because we sat with ENR yesterday and talked about our responsibility as a government to look towards including waste management and disposal of construction material when we're doing buildings in the Northwest Territories. So does the Housing Corp have a waste management plan for the buildings that they produce within our communities, or do they have an expectation of waste management for contractors that they hire to do that work? Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Cam Lake. Minister of N.W.T. Housing Corporation.
Thank you, Madam Chair. That is a very important question. I'm going to have Jim elaborate on that. What do we do with the material that is... Sorry, Mr. Martin. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Mr. Martin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. When we structure our contracts with contractors that are carrying out the demolition work for the Housing Corporation, the expectation is that they will adhere to all the local and territorial laws in ensuring the safe disposition of building materials post the demolition. So we would look to the contractors to ensure that that is done. If we're doing the work ourselves, then we would also do the same. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Martin. Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. The Northwest Territories currently has a very high per capita landfill. Our landfills are quickly filling, and I'm wondering if the Housing Corp would be able to work with ENR to put in some policies or legislation that would allow them to be more mindful of the waste that they're creating within our communities, and to be able to work with also with procurement and with contractors to make sure that we're taking that into consideration when we're hiring people or when we're doing work ourselves within communities. Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Cam Lake. Minister of N.W.T. Housing Corporation.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, I will take that comment and that recommendation from the member. Thank you.
All right. I will move on to Member for Yellowknife Centre.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to just ask some questions first about homelessness initiatives. They are $2.9 million in this budget. Can the minister remind us when the homelessness strategy is going to be complete? Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Yellowknife Centre. Minister of N.W.T. Housing Corporation.
Thank you, Madam Chair. June is the set date. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Yellowknife Centre.
Thank you. Is the intention of that strategy to provide a rationale for additional investment in homelessness initiatives? Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Yellowknife Centre. Minister of N.W.T. Housing Corporation.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, that's correct. It's throughout the Northwest Territories. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Yellowknife Centre.
Thank you, Madam Chair. At what point will the request for additional funding for homelessness initiatives come forward following the completion of the strategy? Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Yellowknife Centre. Minister of N.W.T. Housing Corporation.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to revert the question to Mr. Martin. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Mr. Martin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, this is a very important document coming forward that we're looking forward to have to inform future engagement with the federal government, as well as inform priority setting with our existing resources as well. Those decisions would and engagement activities would follow shortly after the release of that study. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Martin. Member for Yellowknife Centre.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for that response. So what I understand is there's no new money that will be allocated to homelessness initiatives. It will either be reprofiled from other programs and services in the Housing Corporation, or it will come from the federal government. Is that correct? Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Yellowknife Centre. Minister of N.W.T Housing Corporation.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We are looking at pursuing additional federal funding to deal with the homelessness issue throughout the territory, and working with the Indigenous partnerships and really relying on partnerships going forward. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Yellowknife Centre.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm a little discouraged to hear that, because if there's no federal engagement at this point, it means that the money is a long way out. And up to this point, I'm not sure what success there's been with partnerships on housing with Indigenous government organizations, for example. Maybe the minister could tell us about existing partnerships around homelessness with Indigenous government organizations. Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Yellowknife Centre. Minister of N.W.T Housing Corporation.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Throughout the Northwest Territories, we have different initiatives that we have funding that is available that through our programming, and that we enhance shelters throughout the Northwest Territories. But looking for new funding going forward, I just really want to emphasize this is why the community plans are very important. I did go to Ottawa, and I did see that Nunavut had displayed a document that was something that the minister was able to reference and being able to review in regards to the need for homelessness in that territory in Nunavut. But this is why I put I wanted majority of the community plans to be completed in August. This is specifically why I want to make my way down and lobby for more money to deal with our homelessness issue and to put more houses on the ground. And this absolutely has to be done in August. I want a report completed and done by September, so I have something to present when I get down there in November. Thank you, Madam Chair. Sorry.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Yellowknife Centre.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Just a couple of follow-up questions. Are there any existing partnerships with Indigenous government organizations that specifically relate to homelessness? Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Yellowknife Centre. Minister of N.W.T Housing Corporation.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I got a little bit passionate there about the information collaborating and really lobbying on behalf of the territory. I will have Mr. Carpenter elaborate on the programs and the partnerships that we have that address homelessness in the Northwest Territories. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Mr. Carpenter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We're really excited about our Northern Pathways to Housing program. This is a program where we partner with typically an Indigenous community organization to put up a building that's for typically homeless people. And this is the only program that that is targeted at communities outside major centers, are mainly targeted. And we have some on the ground right now that are doing very well. We have one up in Aklavik. We have a fourplex there. We have one out in Betchico. We have one down in Fort Simpson, and we have one out in Fort Good Hope there. And this is where we've worked really hard to develop a relationship with an operator. We've provided funds to renovate our building, and we're quite excited about that one. Another one is we've talked about our community housing support initiative. That's something in-house where we'll contribute to community projects that benefit or will have some sort of benefit to addressing homelessness. And the other one I keep promoting or mentioned several times is the co-investment fund. That's going to be another avenue where we'll get some homelessness projects off the ground. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Carpenter. Member for Yellowknife Centre.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to use the rest of my time to talk about the Transitional Rent Supplement Program. I see that the 2018-19 actuals, the fund wasn't fully subscribed. Has the Housing Corporation gained some insight into why this program isn't usually fully subscribed? Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Yellowknife Centre. Minister of N.W.T. Housing Corporation.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to have Mr. Carpenter elaborate on this rent supplementary program. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Mr. Carpenter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Transitional Rent Supplement Program, we like the program. We've always wanted to see it more fully subscribed. But what we've done is we've included it in this year's planning because as part of our bilateral agreement, Canada is coming out with a program called the Canadian Housing Benefit. And that's going to be a program that's going to be delivered or provide a benefit right to individuals for housing. Our plan, our intent, our hope is that program is going to take over where for the TRSP, our plan is we're hoping that it takes over so we could wind down our TRSP program. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Carpenter. Member for Yellowknife Centre.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm not sure that I got an answer to the functional part of this question, which is why the program wasn't fully subscribed and what the lessons are going forward with the new Canada Housing Benefit. Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Yellowknife Centre. Minister of N.W.T. Housing Corporation.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We'll have Mr. Carpenter elaborate further. Thank you, thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Mr. Carpenter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We really don't have a clear understanding as well why the program wasn't fully subscribed. We spent a lot of time and effort contacting private landlords, promoting the program as much as we could. We advertised it in the public and communities. Despite all those efforts, though, we didn't get the levels of participation that we wanted out of the program. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Carpenter. Member for Yellowknife Centre.
Yeah, thank you. This program would have been primed for an evaluation to really get even more detail about why it didn't take off, given on the face of it, it looks like it's much needed. Can the Canada program is going to be a one-size-fits-all program, or will there be a unique set of criteria that apply to the N.W.T? Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Yellowknife Centre. Minister of N.W.T. Housing Corp.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I see the importance of this program going forward, and I would like to elaborate on it and going forward and looking at a lot of advertisement that could take this to another level. I'm going to have Mr. Carpenter elaborate on this. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Mr. Carpenter.
The Canada Housing Benefit was anticipated or scheduled by Canada to be developed and rolled out on April 1st. That's not going to happen. We were advised. We're not clear on when that program's being rolled out. It's still under development, so we don't know any of the details. We do participate in some working groups on that program, but we just don't have any details to release on that at this point. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Carpenter. Member for Hay River South.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Can the Minister elaborate a bit on the federal and territorial funding, the operating agreements, and just explain to me, I guess, what they are and who they're with, and if it's basically more suited for Yellowknife, or is it more, is it in Yellowknife, or is it something that's affects the whole N.W.T? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member for Hay River South. Minister of N.W.T. Housing Corporation.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The federal agreements that we do have in place, they are meant and they are for the whole of the Northwest Territories and not just one area to be fully experiencing the funding and the benefits that the programs have to offer. I'm going to have Mr. Carpenter elaborate on the agreements that we have in place. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Mr. Carpenter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Minister pretty much captured it. It's spread. We mentioned our unit inventory earlier. That's the operating funding for that portfolio all over the territories. We do have the unilateral operating agreements. Those are agreements that when we signed our agreement with Canada back in the mid-90s, I believe, we picked up some of their programming. One that stands out for those of you from Yellowknife is the North Slave Housing Corporation. We picked up operating money for them that we flow through to them as well. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Carpenter. Member for Hay River South.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm pleased to hear that we're discussing homelessness today and the need for emergency shelters. But I guess I'm kind of perplexed on exactly what an emergency shelter is. Because I guess I look in the communities and you've got people living on the street when it's minus 40 and the government, the department wants plans provided to them saying that they need assistance. The problem is that a lot of the non-profit groups that usually look after social issues and social concerns and homelessness are taxed as it is, and they don't have the people in place to sit down and do that work, or they don't have the money to pay somebody to do it. So I'm just wondering, I guess what role does the N.W.T. Housing Corporation play in homelessness? Because I guess and I use Hay River as an example because we went through the winter just looking after it ourselves when I've reached out to the Housing Corporation numerous times. So I'd like to hear the comment from the Minister. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member for Hay River South. Minister of N.W.T. Housing Corporation.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to elaborate that the homelessness and issue throughout the Northwest Territories is quite significant, and I do identify it, and I see that the numbers are growing. And we, as the Housing Corporation, have had we do have several initiatives going forward and looking at how do we deal with the homelessness issue throughout the territories. First of all, I would need to hear which areas are experiencing the homelessness and looking at the community plans that we are developing and looking at the studies that we have developing and going forward, that it feeds off of it. It gives us that information of what clearly needs to be established. And the Housing Corporation could, we could initiate in building the facilities, but then the other thing is I'm concerned about is who's going to carry over the program. And looking at the number of stocks that we do have in a community, like we do have aging inventory, and they would be available if we were approached by organizations and communities that if the communities had wanted to take those our old stock over. One of the things that I really wanted to elaborate on is we do have a Northern Pathways program that I'm going to emphasize that it has been established in Fort Simpson, Aklavik, Becheco, and Fort Good Hope, and it does come with a wraparound service. So the clients that are actually in the facility, that they have quick access to income support and addictions and treatments and whatever, like they're able to, we do hire somebody that effectively works with the clients. So going forward, those community plans are very significant and very important because it really identifies the need in each of the regions. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Hay River South.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Earlier today, the minister responsible for homelessness had mentioned that under that portfolio, there's a couple of staff allocated to it, but there's no funds. So I'm just trying to, I guess, and then I look at the housing, and the housing does have an assistant fund there. Are they two separate things, or I guess how do you reconcile your duties as the Minister for responsible for homelessness and the Minister responsible for Housing Corporation? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member for Hay River South, Minister of N.W.T Housing Corporation.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is an area that we have had to solely take responsibility for, which is fine. It's good, but because we are the Northwest Territories Housing Corporation, we're looked at every avenue: home ownership, public housing, homelessness, and the initiatives that are need that is required in the North. So we have developed a number of programs that we would be able to address this issue, and we do. Earlier, I had said that we did not have money that was set aside, but we do have money that is sitting there. It's quite a confusing initiative for me to try to display and to try to speak of, but. Going forward, during my term, I am wanting to construct a homelessness shelter in each of the regions, and to deal with this issue and to try to elaborate on it a little bit more, that we'd be able to enhance the service that the Housing Corporation could participate in. But not only that, but to also lobby on behalf of the Housing Corporation that this is something that we need to we require additional and more money to be working with this initiative throughout the territory. I hope that answers the member's question. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Hay River South.
That answers the question. And the other thing is that I want to tell you right now, you wanted to hear it, Hay River needs a shelter for, an emergency shelter for men during the winter. So you heard it from me, and I hear it from the people in town. So now you know, and so hopefully somebody, we'll get somebody to approach you, and we already did once, and hopefully we hear back. But I just want to make that point. The next thing here is that, I guess as regular MLAs here, the most issues we hear have to deal with either housing or health. Those are the complaints we get. So with the number of complaints, do you guys track the number of complaints that you get with respect to housing in all areas? And if you do, can you give me an idea of a breakdown of what those complaints are? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member for Hay River South, Minister for Health and Social Services, Minister for N.W.T Housing Corporation.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Those numbers are quite significant. They're huge. They could come from, the concerns that are out there from, maintenance issues to non-payment of rent. And the numbers are quite large, or else just not finding a place to stay. There's people that are couch surfing. There's people that are, they've just had children, or they've been incarcerated. They're trying to return back to the community or treatment centers, and they don't have the support returning back to their community. So looking at housing, it comes with such a significant dynamic. It's so large that since I've held the portfolio, according to our stats and our questions, I'm right on top of there, and I can see the drastic need for improvement and not improvement, more enhancement of what we have, and working with what we got, and really emphasizing. I wanted to really put out there that the community plans, like the housing plans, this is what it would identify for us, enable for us to start budgeting and what each region is wanting to establish in their area. I hope I was able to answer your question. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Hay River South.
Thank you, Madam Chair. She, I guess, kind of answered the question, but I know where her office is, so I know how to get hold of her, and I can do that. Thank you.
Thank you, Member for YELLOWKNIFE. Hay River South. Okay, moving on, we will move on to Member for Tunaday-Willaday.
Yep, that's Madam Chair. Just going to talk a little bit about homelessness as well. I too, in my riding in Denis-Nouquois, we have a homelessness issue, and there's already infrastructure in place, and I think we're already in discussion with the Minister of that, so hopefully we could see some progress on that. But I'm just looking at page 370 here. and just look at some trends. Things like the homelessness assistance fund is staying put, but items like the small community homelessness funds going down, shelter enhancement funds going down. So I'm just getting a sense why that is the way it is. And my question to the minister is the intention here to rely on a co-investment fund to get some help from the feds, or what is the intentions here, and why is this these line items trending the way they are? Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Member for Trinidad Willowday. Minister of N.W.T. Housing Corporation.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to have the Mr. Martin respond to this this question. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Mr. Martin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So with regards to the Shelter Enhancement Fund, Victims of Family Violence line item, we did have a fair amount of extra spending in 18-19 compared to the base budget of $100,000 for 2021. The reason for that additional spending is the fact that the Housing Corporation under Budget 2016 secured additional funding through that budget, the federal budget, and was able to invest additional dollars into victims of family violence shelters. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Martin. Member for Trinidad Willowday.
Madam Chair, and thank you for that response. I had a loaded question there, but so I guess I'm going to ask it again. So I'm going to ask the minister again. Is there an intention here to lean on the co-investment fund to kind of offset some of these decreases? Mr. Cho.
Thank you, Member for Trinidad Willowday. Minister of N.W.T. Housing Corporation.
To respond to the needs.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The co-investment fund is not offered it's offered to the individuals and stakeholders, Indigenous governments that are wanting to pursue housing initiatives. But I'm going to have Jim elaborate on this a little bit more. Sorry, Mr. Martin, a little bit more. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Mr. Martin.
Yeah. Thank you, Madam Chair. So under the co-investment fund, there would certainly be opportunities working with our partners, Indigenous governments and other partners, to hopefully see some further investment in supporting homelessness in all communities. So we certainly look forward to those opportunities, and we'll continue to work with our partners in that regard. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Martin. Member for Trinidad Willowday.
Madam Chair, I think I got a swing and a miss there. Okay, I'm trying to ask this in another way then. So are those three items I mentioned earlier, they're decreasing. I just feel, does the minister feel this will be enough to help some of the homelessness issues we're having in small communities? Because I'm really feeling that we're not addressing that.
Thank you, Member for Trinidad Willowday. Minister of N.W.T. Housing Corporation.
Okay. We would have to continue looking for federal opportunities to increase these dollar amounts here. And I just wanted to comment to the member that when he was asking about the co-investment fund. The co-investment fund is 75-25. So just as an example, that it's offered out to the interested groups that are out there, not only just the Indigenous groups. And we would work in partnership with them if we have the opportunity and if we were invited to be a part of the process and a part of their project. And that's how that part would work. The co-investment fund doesn't go directly to the Housing Corporation. Thank you, Madam Chair. Oh, sorry. And one more. I'll have Mr. Carpenter elaborate on the question. Thank you. Or the answer. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Mr. Carpenter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I believe I understand where the member is going, is that I think we're getting mixed up a bit in actuals versus what our budget is. As you'll notice that our actuals overall were 2.4 million, whereas we budget nearly 3 million. Our intent is to leave that 3 million, and you'll see in some cases we actually overspend when we have some unforeseen issues going forward. But the goal is to keep those budgets in place and address extra spending requirements as they arise. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Carpenter. Member for Trinidad-Willowday.
Okay, Madam Chair, I think I went down a rabbit hole, but I'm going to ask a little easier question here. So some of my constituents in Dealadetta use Hope's Haven here in town. I just want to see here, is that program, do they use that, does that fall under the emergency shelters? Is that the emergency shelter fund that? And that's a question to the Minister.
Thank you, Member for Trinidad-Willowday. Minister of N.W.T. Housing Corporation.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Can I get the member to repeat his question, that we fund what organization? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Can you repeat your question, Member for Trinidad-Willowday?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. So I'll repeat that. So under the line item emergency shelters, does the Hope's Haven program here in Yellowknife access that program?
Thank you, Member for Trinidad-Willowday. Minister of N.W.T. Housing Corporation.
Thank you, Madam Chair. According to what we have, we don't. I don't see that we fund the Hope program for Yellowknife, but I will follow up with the member in case I might be incorrect. Thank you, Madam Chair.
All right. Thank you, Minister. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a single question in regards to the transitional rent supplement program. Firstly, I recognize that this wasn't subscribed before, but the previous minister said that it was largely due to lack of advertising. And I think when we have to constantly ask the Housing Corp to put their policies on a website, and let alone make an application available online, it's understandable that programs aren't subscribed to. And my issue with this line item is it's actually not correct, because this program is sunsetting this fiscal, and then we're going to have the Canada Housing Benefit come in. And obviously, if it's a different program, it'll have some different qualifiers. I understand all people in this program will automatically be applied to the new one, but not necessarily, meet the qualifications of the new program. So my concern is that I have a number of constituents on this, and if they don't meet those new qualifiers, I don't like passing a line item saying that this program is going to go ahead when it's not. So what I'm looking for is the minister willing to commit that there's going to be that small portion of people who are on this program presently, maybe have a year of the 2 years left, don't meet the new program. Are we willing to continue to fund them until they have gone on to finish their 2 years? I really just don't want people who are expecting this program to continue to have their applications denied under the new one, and then all of a sudden they have no rent supplement program. So are we willing to have those people who fall through the cracks finish the transitional rent supplement program?
Thank you, Member for Yellowknife North. Minister of N.W.T. Housing Corporation.
Thank you, Madam Chair. With this program sunsetting, I would like to work with the clients to make sure that they don't feel the significant changes that of the transition into the new program. I will work with the member as we identify these clients and making sure that they don't end up in a situation, but we'll try our best to find the support to help them. I will have Mr. Carpenter elaborate on the comment or thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Mr. Carpenter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, that's our hope, is that the current clients of the Transitional Rent Supplement Program move over to the Canada Housing Benefit. However, we have set up the budget for the 2020-21 year, and I think I'll probably go out on a limb a bit with the minister that we're going to support them for at least that fiscal year if there's issues going on to the Canada Housing Benefit.
Thank you, Mr. Carpenter. Any further questions? Do you have Member for Yellowknife North?
No, I'm happy to hear that. And yeah, I just think that my understanding is that there will be a lot of program overlap, but there's going to be a few people to fall through the cracks. And it just doesn't make sense to me to not fund them for the year and, make the transition between programs smooth. And I would just, you know, I don't want to be asking questions on behalf of my constituents. For the few that didn't make it, let's fund them for the year and make this a smooth transition. Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Yellowknife North. I'll take that as a comment. Are there any further questions on the Finance and Infrastructure Services? Seeing no further questions, please turn to page 369. N.W.T Housing Corporation Finance and Infrastructure Services Operation Expenditure Summary 2020-2021 main estimates $14,399,000. Does committee agree? All right. Member for Trinidad-Willowday.
Madam Chair, I move that the chair rise and report progress. Mr. Show.
There is a motion on the floor to report progress. The motion is in order and non-debatable. All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion is carried. I will now rise and report progress. Oh, Sergeant at Arms, will you please escort the witnesses out of the chamber?
May I have the report of the Committee of the Whole, Member for Newton Lakes.
Mr. Speaker, your committee has been considering table document 30-19 brackets 2 main estimates 2020-2021 and would like to report progress. And Mr. Speaker, I move that the report of the Committee of the Whole be concurred with. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
We have a seconder. Member for N.W.T. All those in favor? All those opposed? And the abstentions? The motion is carried. Third reading of bills. Third reading of bills. Mr. Clerk, orders of the day.
Orders of the day for Thursday, March 12, 2020, 1:30 p.m. Prayer, minister statements, member statements, returns to oral questions, recognition of visitors in the gallery, acknowledgements, oral questions, returns to written questions, replies to Commissioner's opening address, petitions, reports of committees on the review of bills, reports of standing and special committees, tabling of documents, notices of motion, motions, notices of motion for first reading of bills, first reading of bills, Bill 3, second reading of bills, consideration in committee of the whole of bills and other matters, table document 30-19-2 and table document 43-19-2, report of committee of the whole, third reading of bills, orders of the day.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. This House stands adjourned until Thursday, March 12, 2020 at 1:30 p.m.
Order.